We're good? Welcome to today's meeting. I believe first up is roll call. Mike?
President Guidry.
Here.
Vice President Hurtan.
Here.
Clerk Sang, sorry.
Here.
Trustee Bond
Here.
and Trustee Chang.
Here.
Okay, next up is approval of the agenda. So do I have a motion to approve today's
So moved.
agenda?
Second.
So moved and seconded. Okay, President, do we need to do a roll call because Peter's on Zoom?
President Guidry.
Yes.
Vice President Hurtan.
Yes.
Clerk Sang.
Yes.
Trustee Bond.
Yes.
Trustee Chang.
Yes.
Okay, so first up on the agenda today are report discussion items. And it's a Measure E facilities update. So, Mike, are you?
I'll give a very brief introduction. So we have three broad topics on our agenda today. We have Measure E update, for which we have about 90 minutes total. And it has some components to it that I'll go through in a minute. We have school safety update. We have about 75 minutes total allocated for that. And then we have the first read of our educator effectiveness block grant plan and about 15 minutes allocated for that.
Okay.
So during our first topic is Measure E, we will address four things. We have project updates, just updates on each of the projects that are planned or underway. So we want to spend no more than about 30 minutes on that. Second will be a budget update, both site and district level budget update. We'll spend no more than about 20 minutes on that. We will have a presentation and discussion on construction project delivery methods because we want to, I think most of you know, but want to give a refresher on what the potential delivery models are because we want to seek some direction regarding the delivery model for this upcoming project. So we'll have an update on that. And then we have, so we'll spend about 30 minutes, more than 30 minutes on that topic. And then we have two action items related to upcoming projects and about 10 minutes allocated for that. Okay, all right, so we'll turn it over to Jamie and we will first go through the project updates.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So the current project updates I'm here to present and I'll just go through them and show you where we are. Dolores, next slide. So the first project we have is Los Gatos High School. It's the access road and repaving. It's included the erosion control where we ground and replaced the existing asphalt on that road. We did some slurry seal. We extended some retaining walls on the access road. We included handrails and installed handrails on the downhill side of that road. Along with, by the tennis courts, we extended a keystone block wall. That project was completed on October 8th. The construction budget for that we had set was $313,119. That bid and the contract amount was $154,900. The estimated project cost was $320,090, which should be coming down when it's finalized here, the numbers, because of the low contract amount. Next slide.
Jamie, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So the contract so the 320,090 estimated project cost was something that was done before we got that contract?
That was the, yes, that was, we put an estimate together for the scope of work that was provided. We came up with an estimate of 313 for construction cost, 313,000, project cost of 320. And the contract, when it went out to bid and was awarded, it came in at $154,900.
Okay, because I was confused. And what you're saying is that given that the contract amount is now $154,900, so your expectation is that we'll be down to more like around 160 when we get to the actual
Actual finalized project cost, correct?
Okay, all right, yeah, because I was trying to figure out why the contract was only 155 and yet we were up 320. So, okay, thank you. I understand now. Okay, thanks.
Next project is the Los Gatos High School with the administration building, the stair flooring repairs. We're going to be installing rubber stair treads and integral risers to 3 of the stairways at the admin building of Los Gatos High School. That project, the status right now is materials are in the contractor's hands. They are ready to start as soon as winter break hits, and they intend to get that all wrapped up over the winter break. The contract amount for that was $42,949.61.
Jimmy, I have a question. So
Sure.
any contract, do you have the expected completion date?
It's going to be done over that winter break. We expect it to be done by the time kids get back in class.
So may I have a suggestion in the future, if when you present these kind of thing, can you, including like the, planned or expected completion date?
Sure.
So again, another question is, for this particular project, the contract amount is $42,949. So we don't have the construction budget, we don't have the total estimated project cost yet, is that right?
That is the total that we have. It was done under CUPCA. There was 3 quotes that we received. The lowest quote was for Old County flooring. That is the total cost of that work, that project.
That's the total. There is no other amount.
Oh.
So the total project cost is that contract.
Okay,
Due to the scope of this project, Greystone didn't have a fee on top of this, and that's usually, we have fee, we have architects, those things generally go into that project cost. This one was just getting the materials in and installed.
thank
It was
you.
real simple.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Go ahead, Cynthia.
so along with the same line Catherine has brought up, if you look at the second page, it did, show like the project status, and then construction budget, contract amount, and total estimated project cost. But that information, I understand there are some exceptions to it, but I think that kind of format will be helpful for us to be consistently presented, for the board have a better whole picture as well as the historical perspectives of each project.
Okay.
No, I'm referring to the first one, talk
No,
about the
I-
access
Got
road.
it.
Yeah,
Okay. We can work on that.
yeah, that would just be helpful, because otherwise it's just
No, I-
dollar amounts.
I struggle with that too, obviously, and
Yeah.
on top of my earlier question, so. Okay, Jeremy.
All right, the next project that we have is the Los Gatos High School baseball field, the outfield netting project for that. That is to install 30-foot tall poles, approximately 428 feet of outfield netting. It's to protect the neighbor's property from outfield fly balls going over the fence and hitting cars and that type of damage. The design of this became quite a bit more significant than originally thought. The structural engineering required additional and thicker support posts, greater quantity than were initially expected. The foundations were deeper and more significant, with much more rebar in them. All of that added to the construction cost. The project bid on November 18th, 2021. We received 5 bids for for this project. The lowest and responsive bidder amount was $293,745. And this will be presented after later today for award. The project schedule upon award, we're looking right now with lead times to start in early February, and that's if this is awarded and it moves forward, to be able to get the material for the project. The original construction budget for this was $70,000. It was based on a quote that was provided by the district and quite a bit less complicated and simpler, and didn't cover all of the engineering and the intricacies of this, of what we ended up putting out to bid.
I'm a little
Yeah, go ahead,
I'm a
Cynthia.
little confused. Okay, so the original construction budget, based upon quote provided by district, who provided the number,
We
you
had,
know?
we had a contractor come out and walk the site with us, and we explained what we wanted to do. And that contractor provided an estimated project cost that was used as the original budget for it. As when Greystone took over, they had, they went in with their expertise and as well as worked with the civil engineer. And that's when the project cost went up significantly because the structural work was much more than we had originally been led to do.
But we never did go back to, so, okay, I just want to make sure I understand the timing. So the $70,000 was provided by our district staff who was in charge of the facility. And the person worked with a contractor who just gave a brief estimate. This was before Greystone's time.
Correct.
And then Greystone came in and then noticed the deficiency. We need to have more.
Once they took over, then,
Right,
and they
but-
engaged an engineer, a structural
Right.
engineer.
But we never, but the board was never provided with the information about the potential additional cost. So the contract budget still stay at 70,000.
It's, I believe, been adjusted in the-
I'm just concerned because if Greystone has known ahead of time, that number should have been up substantially, and then that will provide us with some better overview of how much resources we have left for all the projects of the, of the Measure E implementation. So perhaps I can hear the response from Greystone.
Actually, I believe, and I'm going a little off of memory here, but we had several projects that were discussed with Greystone, but they were part of the planned projects. They weren't the planned projects that we knew we didn't have funding for, but they were a series of small planned projects. And I don't believe this had an actual line item. I don't remember that on the project sheets if I look back. And so that was just an estimate from the district at the time that it was turned over to.
Yeah, I totally understand. It was how the original estimate of $70,000 came up. But my question is, as soon as between our district and Greystone have identified there's additional cost to this particular project, and I wonder when was that? If at that point, I think we should include that, even though just as an extra line item, or even as a note, so the board will be aware of the additional. We are talking about additional $230,000 shortage here. So I just want to understand if we, the process and why this was never brought up to the board's attention before.
Jamie, I don't recall when the bid closed. I mean, we're bringing it today for approval, and you'll see it on the budget sheet. You'll see the budgets updated, but I'm going to ask Jamie on when we became aware was.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Just learning from this process moving forward.
So we bid this on November 18th. Those 5 bids came in. We found that they were all very close. They were substantially over. And going back with the contract and talking with the contractor and the bids to ferret out what had transpired, we found that the material costs were substantially more than what was previously provided in the quote to the district. We found that the foundations were substantially more stout than what was quoted originally. And by the time this bid and we had it together and coming to the board now for approval, is the time that we had to show that.
So you were not aware of additional costs, like the original $70,000 was not really.
The original $70,000 quoted 9 poles and 400 feet of netting. It was not substantially different than the scope of work that we put out to bid. However, in the bids that we did receive and in feedback from the contractor, we found that the quotes that were that 70,000 that formed that 70,000 original quote, the material was almost double of that. So I'm not sure what how do I want to say this? The original quote seemed to not be fairly
Accurate.
not consistent with the level of design that the
So I think what you're saying, Jamie, if I understand this right, is before you received the bids on November 18th, before you received those responses, you had no idea that the 70,000 was inadequate to do the work. Is that a fair statement?
Because the scopes were similar. And then in debriefing the contractors, we found out that the design, the quantity of poles increased, the foundation design increased, and the material cost was above just the full quote that was provided to us by the district.
The original quote is at this point probably close to, if not longer, 2 years old.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so that original quote of $70,000 was, for 2 years ago, which contractor do we know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
So I wouldn't, look, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I would not, I mean, it sounds like what happened was we thought, oh, we need better netting because we're having a problem. They had a guy walk around, he looked around, he said, yeah, you want to put some nets up, it's going to cost you this much. He never really looked at the project in any serious way. And now when someone started looking at it seriously, it turned out it was a lot more involved than what. That's how we ended up here.
So I wanted to know that, Jimmy, maybe this is a question for you or some other people. This field was just newly built. So when was the year, like a 2016 or 17, this field? So before that, we do have all kinds of CFOR or the neighborhood concern meeting.
Yeah.
So we've gone through all of this. So I wonder, why is that all of a sudden baseball say this is not enough of the height of the netting? I just
We're
wanted.
being frank, it's because kids are bigger and hitting the ball farther and they're using high-tech carbon bats.
We,
So what I'm telling you, Catherine, is that we have had multiple incidents, balls
Okay.
going over that net into the Los Gatos Lodge, hitting cars, coming close to hitting people that had never occurred in the past. It was an increase. The netting hadn't changed. Something's changing with baseball that is causing that to occur. We felt it's a safety hazard and needed to address it.
That's what cost to the district.
So if I could weigh in for just a minute, I think the primary difference is DSA approval. So upon looking at this further, we decided to send it in for DSA review and approval. And that's when the footings got bigger and the posts got heavier and made the difference. So I think
Okay.
that's
so,
probably the biggest reason for the change.
Oh, okay, then that maybe help to, understand, because you from $70,000, even though fuel is double, it still doesn't add up to 293 or whatever. So I would appreciate it if we can put all those things in the footwork. Otherwise, in the general public, if they don't hear our discussion, they all of a sudden look at this one, just, it doesn't reflect well. Yeah. Thank you.
So just, it's kind of, I mean, I can't imagine that neighbors would not be happy about not having baseballs going into their yards, but was there any concern expressed about having a taller fence from a visual standpoint?
Yeah.
The only neighbor that this impacts is Los Gatos Lodge.
Okay,
They're happy. It's not netting off in front of any homes or anything like that. It goes from the right field line all the way down the lodge.
okay.
And they don't want to share it.
Okay,
Like what we do with my neighbors, when we do the fence.
not exactly. the same
Las
thing,
Gato
yes.
has already been sold.
Okay,
No, it hasn't.
Hasn't been?
okay, so,
I thought they always here. Yeah.
okay, so next up is the Wellness Center.
And this is over at Los Gatos High School. This is to convert an area of the library into 5 offices with the large common area of the Wellness Center. That project right now is in design. Construction is scheduled and anticipated to happen over the summer 22 break. And the construction budget for that construction cost is $350,000. We've already started the first programming meeting and are set up tentatively for later this week to start the second programming meeting with the design group.
And we anticipate bringing the design contract on December 14th.
So in terms of timing, when will we have a better understanding of the total estimated cost?
When do you anticipate we'll have a schematic design?
I'm hoping to have a schematic design by mid-January.
Okay, thank you. And then the firm is doing it, it's.
Bartos.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, Chairman.
So today, so we don't have the LG's rep from the site today? Here? Okay, so. All right, the reason I'm asking this wellness center is, I have listened to this center and we all know after the pandemic, we have so much needed for that. So, just by, if looking at this $350,000, we allocate, we mentioned we so care of our students' social and emotional. I'm just wondering if that's a good, proportion, or is that enough, or really doing a good job in the wellness center?
So I think that's exactly the purpose of the design team. It's the wellness center staff and Keith that are working with the architect to come up with what it is that they need to serve the kids. And Greystone is facilitating that. And if the schematic design comes back, and it is significantly higher, then we're going to have to figure out how do we, what do we do with that problem?
Got it.
Well,
Okay.
and speaking to the needed students too, is the balance of how much work do we need to do to get a center as quickly as possible?
Right.
And have it still fit our needs and be nice.
Yeah.
Versus a larger scope project that's then 2 years out and can't serve students for, we're serving students now, but impact the service.
Yeah, you just speak to my mind about, that's what I'm going to say the next is, since this is such an important thing, I understand we need to have something, quick so we can serve those students. But also I want us to think back, what about 3 years down the road, what we really want that to look like? And then so that's why it's important, we just not do a band-aid or quick fix on that one, so.
So it'll be a phased approach is what I'm
Yeah.
hearing. So
Exactly.
they'll do it over, they're open now,
Mhm.
and then in the summer, they'll do some if they have to. Is that right? I can stop and
I
fall.
think the design team says, here's what we need in order to serve our kids. And they come up with a design. And if the design is going to exceed by either timeline or budget what we can afford to do this summer, then perhaps we'll have an interim plan and figure out some longer plan. But
Right.
we don't know that until we
Right.
figure out what the scope of the design is.
And then he's kind of overseeing this.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, got it.
Next project is the Saratoga High School, the HVAC and roof replacement project. As we previously discussed, we're going to be replacing the rooftop HVAC units on 0, 0, 100, 300, and 600 wings with new HVAC package units. We're also going to replace the roofs on those buildings along with the 900 wing. Project status right now is that project was submitted to DSA on October 4th, and it's currently under review by DSA. We anticipate construction over the summer 22 break. Construction budget for that is $3,203,222. Total estimated project cost $4,659,818. $4,659,818. Next slide.
Okay, go ahead.
Question, so what about the engineering and the next buildings, the roof? I thought it's going to be included in this roof building.
The engineering building and the roof for the engineering building are included in that project itself. That the roof is encompassed in the engineering building.
Put those into relevant projects.
Yeah, that's it. Probably 3 budgets ago, we've sort of decreased the roofing budget because it's attached to a project. A specific project.
But then we should allocate the roof portion under this
Yes,
umbrella
that
to
was
them.
done.
So they would not suffer from like getting their
Correct.
real.
Right, we did some of that.
That was done.
So here we are talking about $1.5 million
Pretty,
difference. Estimated
well,
project
there's a
cost.
difference between the construction budget and the total project cost.
Yeah,
So, so the construction budget is what we're anticipating that we will pay a contract.
Right.
And for the materials.
Right.
The total estimated project cost includes the architect,
Right.
DSA, Greystone fees, all of those other non-construction costs. So the construction budget is a subset of the total estimated project cost.
so we are not at this time, until we got a real contract bid coming in, we don't know the final number.
Correct.
And so right now, between the construction budget and total estimate budget, that means the cost for the architect and Greystone or the other is like about 32% of the budget.
Well, we're gonna go over the
1.5.
budget
1.5,
in more detail, yeah.
I'm looking at the percentage.
so it's 1/3, right?
That sounds low, actually.
That's-
That's the-
No, but I meant, so I didn't have.
Is it good?
So engineering and then the next two, which is the training, whatever, those roof are done in
Part
the
of
second
that
project.
project.
But, so we will review the engineering building the budget later on. Okay.
So if I look at, the Surgical High School, completely all the buildings, and between this project and the ones that we're doing, like the engineering building and the 900 building, so forth, and the M wing and stuff, are we covering 80%, 90% of the roofs and HVAC systems at the school?
Yeah, Greystone question.
Yeah. Do you have a good idea, Todd or Jamie? Like
I'm
how much
sorry.
untouched at the end of all of this stuff?
Go ahead, Jamie.
Go ahead, Todd.
This takes care of everything that was urgent on your roofing list, and all of your HVAC, I think brings it up to speed. If memory serves, I haven't looked at the list lately, but I think we're taking care of everything that was urgent.
So I know, I understand that, but that's not my question. So part of it is because I was looking at, when we look at the overall expenditure report, right, we're still budgeting 20% HVAC replacement at Certica High School in the overall measuring budget. But it seems like we're replacing pretty close to 80% or more of the roofing and HVAC systems across the whole school. I mean, I can only, I think I don't see the 200, the 400, maybe the 500 building. So I see a few that aren't on there, but we've also done a lot of other ones. So I was just trying to see whether it made sense to still be putting so much of a replacement cost budget when we pretty much are doing everything already. Or am I missing something?
I'm gonna ask that we pause on that because that's a
Okay.
budget allocation
All right.
question,
Okay.
not a project question.
Okay,
But,
okay.
and I think it's a valid question because we
Yeah.
knew when we did that set aside that if we progressed, we may be able to produce that, but
Okay, I'm happy to do it, okay.
So this is the schedule for that project. As you can see, October 6th, 8th, we anticipated DSA submittal and we went in right around that timeframe. We're showing DSA review through January 21st. I can tell you that I've been updating the project tracker and both disciplines, one structural and one fire life safety, have all reported about 85% complete, which means it's pending a supervisory review before the design team will get those DSA comments back in order to address. So I think we're tracking fairly true with this schedule right now. Anticipate DSA back check early February. I'm showing bid and award, construction and occupancy happening, occupancy end of summer and construction over the summer break. Next slide. So next project is the engineering classroom. As we've spoken about that, that's modernizing that engineering building, providing more flexible lab space and workspace for that program. Those construction documents for that project went into DSA on October 1st. 2021. The architect, ABA, they've received and are in the process of addressing the DSA comments, and they anticipate having those comments back into DSA early January to start the back check process. I'm sorry. Project schedule is anticipated in April through July. I think we set that spring through summer. Construction budget on this one, $2,044,487, and the estimated project cost of $3,021,414. Next slide. So I think we showed these to you before, but basically it's been the consensus of a spring start for this project. As you can see, we are into the DSA submittal was right in that window per this schedule. DSA review has been actually a little bit ahead of schedule, and looking at getting a DSA back check beginning of January instead of middle. So I think we're tracking pretty true here. We do show construction on the upper spring schedule from April 11th through July 6th. So it seems to be tracking with DSA, and that all seems to be falling into place. Next slide.
You're not gonna get off that one easy. Okay, yeah, Catherine. And then
Okay.
Cynthia.
You go ahead.
Okay, the first question is, what is the roof estimate for the interior? Because I remember that $3 million was before we allocate the roof, cost into this project. So what's the roof estimate on that one? And also I'd like to ask, since this is a renovated, what is our budget assumption for the furniture for that STEM classroom?
You're talking about engineering class.
Yeah, I'm talking about engineering classroom.
I have the same question.
Currently evaluating furniture needs, and I likely going to, in order to kind of help the bond project, I'm going to pay that out of another fund. We probably pay that out of developer fees, and so I'm kind of checking into that right now. I'm fairly certain that we can do that, and that'll kind of help with the overall budget here on the bond fund. And I'm gonna, unless Jamie or Todd want to answer that, I will throw in on the roofing. It's always been a part of Greystone's budget to include roofing. So part of the reason we reduced how we show on our sheets is because the way Greystone looks at a project is they look at the totality of the project. And they look at, will it need a new roof? Will it need this? Will it need that? That's all part of so it's always been part of the construction cost. We didn't have to increase that on their side. We increased it. We used part of that to pay for that budget. So it's just kind of a switching around of budget numbers on our side, if that makes sense. So you're asking how much of the budget did they pull? That's just always been part of they didn't increase their budget to allow for roofing. They've always allowed for
But
roofing.
that was not my understanding, because I thought the roof was separate from the budget for
So
the
it used to
engineering.
be, we used to have a separate roofing budget. Greystone said, when they developed the schematic design for this project and the total project cost estimate of 3.021, that included the roof.
So what's the amount for the roof? If you can look it up, so at least we got some.
It is $275,000 for the roofing itself.
I remember we have a discussion last year, that was already Greystone is here, talking about this one and then the next door, because that's that wing also has a training room or whatever, the CrossFit training room. So is that the roof 275, including that whole thing, or just the engineering? Because I don't think we just part of the engineering, because that wing, you have to do it together.
That is the engineering building is in totality of the engineering building, the classroom and the fitness center next door is $275,000. That is just the roofing. If you want to include flashings and sheet metal, that would be an added cost, and demolition. So it's all in various categories. It's difficult to break out and isolate exactly how much would be associated with the roofing. You'd have to add
If
that part of.
if that's the case, by looking at this here, it's a little misleading, because he actually included the roof portion for the training classroom. Because, so in other words, out of the 275, I don't know if the square footage, maybe his training room, it says half and half. So it's really 137,500 for one project, and the other half for the engineering building. So people have to understand, we also spend money for the training room. We are just doing things for the academic, engineering room only. So I will appreciate if we can even just have a footnote to disclose that.
So if we look at this roof replacement in this also, it's a modernized engineering classroom. So all the roof actually going to be all done in next summer, is that right?
If
Correct.
we the spending.
So why we separate, okay.
But why are we separated now?
Anyway,
Why are we separating what out?
Like the total roof budget, we have 5 different locations, but why
On the
we,
other project,
yeah,
because it's roof and HVAC, it's not, those buildings don't require any additional renovation. All we're doing is the roof and the HVAC. The engineering, we're renovating the space and doing the roof at the same time.
but like for the training room, it probably does not need HVAC, or does it also require HVAC?
Are we adding HVAC as part of that or no?
No, there is no HVAC work in the training room, but we're doing the roofing. I don't believe there's HVAC in there. No, there's not.
Okay, so only portion,
It'll run both.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if it's running both. Doesn't
Yeah.
the HVAC want to run both?
Yeah, there is a unit that runs part of the space in that health center or training room.
Already.
In order to accurately track it, you have to estimate it the way that it will be bid and contracted. Trying to break out the individual pieces in between them just gets entirely too complicated, because When you talk about the roofing, it's not just the roofing, it's the flashings and the sheet metal that goes with it. It's the demolition of the roofing that goes with it. When you talk about the mechanical systems, there's electrical and fire alarm associated with that work. So best practices is to track your costs and estimate your costs by the project based on the drawings, and trying to split between different categories is very difficult to do.
Yeah, I understand, like when we are going out for bid, I think in terms of the scope of the work, we have to do what you guys are recommending. I think for me, it's just for a transparency purpose, if we can simply have a no disclosure, so we understand, because otherwise for me to look at this number, I have, without listening to this conversation, as a public member, I just assume, the 3.021414 million or goes to engineering classroom, except a portion, maybe $175,000 belongs to training group. And that's just my suggestion.
I think we can just put in a note that says that this project includes the roof for the entire building, which covers the training center.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Simple as that.
But would that cut short from whatever the construction budget we originally allocated to?
So it's not, we wouldn't designate that as a separate project.
Okay.
That is all one project.
No, but we want to make sure it's not cutting down whatever we allocate to the engineering classroom budget.
The engineering classroom budget includes money for the entire roof.
Right.
The entire building.
But the entire roof cost was added to the original allocated construction cost. Yeah.
So when we allocated a budget for it, that included funds to do the entire roof. It wasn't taken away from engineering.
Okay, and that's what we want to make sure.
And the project and the design fits the needs of the staff there. They've gone over the design several times. I'm looking at Brian again, but because I know I've done that with Brian a couple of times,
But
so.
in the past, we given them like a $300,000 of the budget, 600, so they have to base on whatever the budget we give them, and then they do the design, they have a leeway on that one. So that's why I do not want the miscommunication, because we did have that mistake a couple.
In the past, I
Yeah.
remember, it was really small number.
Right, and so when you design that, you base on that budget, and that's, if you only have
Your budget is based upon your design. They created a design with the design team, with AVA. Based upon that, they came up with a schematic design budget that the board approved based upon the design.
that's the correct due process, but it was not done, for this engineering building. That's why I want to be sure that it's in the right way, because even 3 million, it was like a placeholder. I think that was when Tony said that was whatever the money.
600,000.
Yeah, and he put it in. Okay, so I have one more question for you also. So if you could share with, not today, later on, when you figure out, because you say you go to put the fee for the furniture or something like that, that would be great. So if you can let us know what is the budget on that one, maybe you could use the number we built the Los Gatos, the engineering building over there, classroom furniture, all those kind of things as a base.
Yeah, that,
We are 45 minutes in on a topic that we have 30 minutes scheduled.
It's a big topic.
I know, but I feel like that we're
We'll be mindful, yeah.
everything we've already discussed and done.
We've had this
Okay.
discussion before.
Okay.
The next project is the Saratoga High School gym window reglazing and Los Gatos High School, the administration windows replacement. That's going to be reglazing the clear story windows of the gym at Saratoga High and then replacing the windows at Los Gatos High, the admin building. The Los Gatos admin building windows, those require DSA approval for the replacement. That has been submitted to DSA. The plans were submitted on November 9th, and they are currently under review by DSA. The gym window reglazing does not require DSA approval, and those construction documents are being compiled as we speak and should be complete in January of 2022. This is still scheduled for a summer project with anticipation over the summer break. Construction budget for that is $966,422 with the estimated project cost of $1,425,008.
David?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I do like to see a breakdown by the two projects, because if I look at the project list for the Measure E project expenditure report, I see $319,475 for Saratoga Heights project, the window replacement. And then for Los Gatos, it's $958,427. I don't think that even add up to the 1,425, but I think it is important to break it down so people see the cost is actually for both. Actually,
It is a little short. I think something got changed and we didn't get that updated, so I'll be sure that I get it
yeah,
updated.
because the total add up to 1.277902. Here we have 1.25008. Please show a breakdown. If we can go back to update this schedule.
This one, we show DSA submittal on November 9th. This is a little different in the delivery method, and we'll speak a little more to this for delivery methods after in the next presentation. But looking for this project to be delivered under the leaseback because of the need to procure materials and the long lead times for material procurement. Specifically, these windows take a long time to get. Anyway, going into DSA November 10th through February, bid and award in February, be able to get submittals going in late February and May, and procure the materials for construction start over the summer, and to be complete with when kids are back in the seats, when school starts again. Next slide, please. The covered walkway repairs and the pool shade structure replacement at Saratoga High. That is going to be remediating the rust and the paint on the covered walkway columns, beams, and the deck. And then, as we previously spoke, replacing that shade structure at the pool area with a pre-approved PC model in similar size that is for the existing. That pool shade structure needs DSA review and approval, and the DSA over-the-counter date has been set for February 22nd. The approval process for over-the-counter is probably about a 2-week process, so we're staying fairly true on schedule there. Construction over summer again. Construction budget for this project $456,000. The total estimated project cost $668,399. Next slide. And here we show construction documents through February.
I hope so. We could have taken advantage of the pandemic.
Okay, sorry about that. For cheating.
DSA submittal in February, DSA review through March 7th, back check. Then we'd ask for board to approve, bid and award, submittals, and as you see, construction June through August. Next slide. Saratoga High School baseball facility improvements. We've spoke of this, the accessibility upgrades to the facility, including new dugouts, full reconstruction and replacement of the natural grass turf field with a synthetic field. Project status, those construction documents are going to be submitted to DSA on December 13th. Construction schedule is anticipated to start June 2022 and be complete by the start of baseball, which is early January 2023. Construction budget for that, $3,228,059, and the estimated project cost of $4,446,606 for that. Next slide. As you can see here, showing construction documents through December 3rd, going in December 6th through April 1st. We're going to be right in that time frame. Bid and award in April and May, and construction over June through October, and close out in November and February. Still tracking fairly true to schedule on this project. Next slide. Next slide is the Saratoga and Los Gatos High School, the HVAC controls. It's phase 2. We previously bid and completed phase 1, which was the Pelican controls for the HVAC units at both sites. We had 2 bids received on November 16th. The apparent and low responsive bidder came in the amount of $199,295. We anticipate taking this work happening over winter break. Just to let you know on this one, the construction budget that we had for phase 1 and 2 was $497,840. The contract amount, if we award today for phase 2, the total of those is $454,244. And we had an estimated project cost of $613,000. So construction budget was fairly close to what we had estimated for that. And we'll ask for award of this later today.
Yeah.
So can you help me to somehow trace this back to the list we have here, expenditure report? The total, because I know I should be looking at the 613124 as a combination of Saratoga and Los Gatos High School, HVAC controls. So I know that number has to be broken down, and again, I will appreciate having a breakdown between the 2 high schools. But the second question I have is, where do I see the number on this list, project list?
Can quickly answer that. We originally had HVAC controls as a project at only one site for phase 1. And so what we did is we took phase 1 out of that project budget at Saratoga, and at Los Gatos, the piece that we did at Los Gatos, we took out of the HVAC set aside. And I'll tell you the logic on that in a minute. Phase 2, we didn't have a budget for at all, but it's a critical part of us being able to control and potentially prolong the life of aging units, being able to centralize that control and time it and be able to really be able to not have them running when we don't need them, have them running when we do need them. So the phase 2 is paid for out of this set aside. For both, being that it will prolong that HVAC units, hopefully. We don't have any guarantee of that, but we don't have any guarantee how many units are going to go out either. And the idea is it gives us a little bit better control on those units rather than them being adjusted in the classroom.
Yeah, I understand if it has been assessed by the experts that we need this, I understand it. But I think as a board member, in order for me to understand what's the resources we have available to us, again, I have to refer back to this project list. And I saw, is that, 20% HVAC replacement that's related to this, right? We have 1.87 million for Saratoga High School, and we have 2.49 million for Los Gatos High School. And these 2 numbers still stay. So what we have here is in addition to the 1.87 and 2.49?
Not in addition, it will come out of that set aside because we don't know that we'll need the entire set aside. So we're using part of the set aside to get all the controls done to better control the units that we have, the aging units that we have. All the
Okay.
units that we
Okay,
have.
so that would be helpful, I think, again, if we can make a note. So,
Yeah.
because what I like to do is if I'm a public, I'm looking at this list, I will be able to understand exactly what's behind the cost. And then coming back to what we were asking about, that difference between 1.4525008 and the 1.277902, I think that's, which one? Oh, that's the window replacing and administration's window replacement at Los Gatos High School. We are talking about $157,000 additional cost, which is not listed here. So I think we need to understand that when we are trying to do allocation. In other words, we have less money available to us based on this. Actually, we are going to be rewarding the bid pretty soon, right? But you know what I'm talking about. I do. Okay, thank you.
So we're off, we're gonna talk about that later, but you have a energy management HVAC controller line item. So I thought that would be this.
That's phase one, which we already did.
Really? Because you showed zero expenditure to date.
Hasn't been paid yet. I mean, we're still finalizing that. And whatever's left there, we'll pay for phase two. I mean, we can,
Okay.
you
All right,
know,
got it. That's
adjust the
fine. I
budget
just-
or.
Yeah, I was confused.
So when we say it has not been paid, it's based on cash basis, even though we already received the invoice. So if the question I have then, by reading this, again, it's like we don't know how much money being spent already.
Right. It's always best to work off of the budget because the budget's gonna show the total project amount. But when we go to pay bills, yes, there's some delay in the work being done. Or for larger construction projects, there's retention that doesn't get paid until the very end. That can be a sizable amount. So looking at what's remaining between what the budget is and the cash that's gone out the door on that project is gonna fluctuate at any given time. That was October, and you know, we've paid bills since then. That's gonna adjust. So what we work off of is the budget. And I think we're ready to go on to discuss the.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So, which is the next item we're gonna cover?
The project list.
Okay, project list next, okay.
We already asked questions. Hopefully this will go fast.
I hope so. So I am going to start with the current projects and some adjustments made there that didn't change the overall total, but they're the type of adjustments that we talk about all the time. There's an added footnote on them. And the two budgets that got adjusted are the site accessibility or path of travel and Pleasant Avenue. So we moved 30,000 of the budget from the path of travel, which was again, one of the, I kind of call it a placeholder budget. I mean, no offense by that, but a budget set aside to address that. And we pulled some of that money and included it in the Pleasant Avenue parking lot. Because it truly is part of that project. It wasn't a separate path of travel that we did. It was, we needed to pull a little bit of that to address some path of travel issues when we finished that project. The other area that will adjust when we get to the bottom and talk about what's remaining, one of the areas that we have yet to adjust that has, I'm going to point out the roofing budget, how we reduced that down to the expenses because of how we tie it to projects. I'm the one right below it, the retaining wall and erosion control. That's the same type of thing that we've set aside some money, but we address it as part of projects. And one of those areas I'll address a little bit lower in the budget. So remember that for retaining wall and erosion control. No change in the immediate needs. The HVAC replacement we've talked about. I'll put a footnote on that it also includes Pelican controls. So in the plan project, some of these things were addressed in Jamie's presentation. We had first of all, pull off the Commons Cafe Wellness Center, that big project that had originally a $2.7 million project. When we talked about how to resolve the deficits on both sites, this was one area that we reduced down. So we reduced it down to allow for just the wellness center. So that project that had $336,000 in expenses for some of those other items now is just what remains is just the wellness center. That's the only thing that remains to do out of that budget. So we have budget there to cover the wellness center while it's in design. When it comes out of design and we have some project budget attached to it, then we will look back at this and adjust it.
So probably that would turn into its own separate current project.
Yeah, I think we'll pull it off at that point and earmark that as a separate budget.
Okay.
Yeah, Sophia.
So I'm a little confused. Okay, I'm sure you can help me out. So under the plan project, scope, cost, and budget TBD, I see the first section, which is 2.7 million and 977. And then I see another section for 894 and 1.10 million.
Yeah, that was several small site improvements. So just the one I was just talking about is just that top line. That's it.
So wait, okay. So, but then also I see like water, science building, waterway, waterproofing, and then it talks about will be part of wellness center project.
Okay, so that's one project I'm going to go over. One area of the budget I'm going to go over. So the small site improvements came up as part of Greystone's need assessment. And there are several small projects that have been put into one bigger project, if you will. And that includes the admin stairwell, which we went over.
Yeah.
The baseball netting, which the budget increased. The boys' locker room flooring. The fire road paving, which also has some erosion control as part of it. So I will likely reduce that budget. Tennis court fence and the science building walkway waterproofing. And it originally had, at the time that Greystone did their needs assessments, they felt that the library room L5 needed carpet and paint. So it originally had that. Well, since then, the library room L5 will be part of the wellness center. So any carpet and paint will obviously be part of that renovation to that room. So we pulled off that piece to use that savings to cover some of the overruns, such as the baseball netting. So the baseball netting budget went up. The library room piece of the carpet and paint came off, and the net effect is increasing that budget from $894,000 to the $1.1 million.
Well, so thank you for your explanation, but I think that sections, maybe we can do a better job in terms of explaining. Because by reading this, also I saw some project in bold. some were not in bold. So my assumption was the one in bold is what we intend to do, but that was not the case.
The ones in bold and the fire road paving should probably also be in bold are actually what we're currently working on. We haven't started on the boys' locker room flooring or the tennis court fence. That one's.
So like for me to look at this section, see some in bold and some not in bold, and I have no idea. And then say will be part, so I was reading the like will be part of wellness center. So Diane, if you can do some massage to
I
the
can do
section,
that.
that would be helpful, okay? Thank you so much.
Confusing, because
So-
it sounds like,
Yeah, I think, there's, as always, there's a little bit of movement on this. I think we need to move some of these projects up to the current projects and possibly break them out and show them separately. We were, like I said, they were originally lumped together because they were a variety of small budgets that we were hoping to achieve some cost savings by lumping some of them
That would be
together.
great, yes.
So this
Yeah.
is
and it would also help because some of the current projects are actually completed, so. they
Right.
probably need to go up too.
Yeah,
So
so
I want
I,
to make sure I understand this right. So the 2732, which is now 979, that's only that first line, the Commons Cafe
Correct,
Library. Oh,
correct.
okay. And so then the next one is all of the small site improvements all the way down.
correct, to the energy management.
Oh,
not
no wonder.
including
Okay, I
energy
was
management.
very confused by that myself.
Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
I'll break it out and, we'll reach a point where we can't show it all on one sheet and
Yeah.
figure out how to address that.
Do a separate page.
I may pull
Footnotes.
off the completed projects and put those on a separate page for both schools because they're kind of old history. I don't know, because then we kind of mess with the totals, but I need to play with it a little bit as always.
Yeah,
And, for the sake of time, this time, we kind of try not to make too terribly many changes to it.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, just try to put into the perspective, because right now it seems like we have done quite a bit of the plain project, and then we, kind of take the money away from that common cafeteria area thing. And who is in that design team? Are they actually have a discussion about that? Because that was a
They did.
big project when 2 years ago, when the last time we met as the site design team. There was a lot of, due to the new cafeteria, the service for the students, and they do have a good idea, about how they can, they have sort of some idea wanting to renovate that area and then the common area, and because the student feel that is one of the most important, place for them to use. But then now we're putting away, we let the baseball netting, all the things, taking away the budget on that one. I just wonder, where are we on that one?
So,
And I was in that meeting and I thought we're going to reconvene of that design meeting. So far hasn't been anything. I haven't received any email. I haven't been invited to any of those. So I'm just wondering, where are we?
where we are is when we added the needs assessment and things that came up in Greystone's needs assessment, we recognized at both, on both sites, we had a deficit overall, and we needed to address that deficit. So going back to May, when we discussed with the board, we went back to the site committees, specifically the one at Los Gatos was actually the one I attended. They were both on the same day. And the discussion with them is we have this project, we have this negative, and the feeling of the design of the site committee was you address the deficit with that project, come back and tell us how much to spend. And that's what we've done.
No, I was.
I believe Peter was at that meeting with me, if I recall.
And the wellness center had also emerged as a
Right.
project, and that was a priority for
Right.
the group. So they basically said, do all the immediate needs, do the wellness center, and then let us know how much is left over that we can then decide what to do with that remaining money within that category.
So I'm a little confused. Here, the first line says class modification and then wellness center. So is wellness center budget part of this 2.7 million?
There was no scope to that originally. There was a variety of ideas. I don't know, because it's going
It was
back
before you
several
were
years. I'm looking at Alex and I know he's in the same boat as me, so.
Yeah, because
I'm only looking at Alex because I gave Alex such a hard time.
It's always been this that nobody had very clear plans on it. I think it really was, let's get the other priorities done, see what's left, and then talk about what priorities are.
So I can speak for that. At that time, they really see the need for the social emotional learning, and that was even it was rise up, for the need on that one. So they knew they had to do something, but given the complex, the setup in the last battle, there used to be the Cassie in each of the house. They tried to bring some things together, have a well-defined area, or can better service the student and the staff. That's why they still wanted that many. But then, with the personnel change, people on and off. But those original people wanted to have that at that time, the group, I think they are still the staff and the Moscato. So maybe you should include them, so then you would have better understanding on that one. What's the need? And one of the parents rep, who is the LGBF, the co-president, Ryan, he's still there. So
I just want to clarify one more point. So earlier, we have this construction budget of $350,000 for a wellness center, which for sure will add additional costs because of the architects and whatever. And Greystone. So where is that number reflected here on this list?
It is reflected in the 979.
Okay.
Part of that.
Okay.
So realize we spent several years ago, 644 in addressing some of those needs back several years ago. I don't, I'd have to pull layers. There is a footnote there. There were some finishes, flooring, things that were addressed, smaller items that were addressed out of that money. So that's what's been spent. And so it's allowing a budget above and beyond what has been spent.
Okay, thank you.
Something spent there. But again, if I break it off, then it'll provide a little more clarity as to what
It's longer.
what that budget is. It does get longer, a little harder to fit on one page.
Yeah, I like only one page.
Right, well, I think those days are gone unless I may remove these projects pending. We had a discussion about that at one time and there was a little bit of mixed feeling on that. As to still identifying them when we know we don't have them. So going down to the bottom line, we have, when we discussed the overrun, we thought that we'd have about 254 remaining. We have touched part of that remaining amount due to some of these overruns. But I think that there is still area in the budget that we will make that back up. But at this time, this is how it looks. So the next time you see this, you may see that surplus go up a little bit because there's still a retaining wall and erosion control budget that I believe can now be reduced to just what's been spent, because a big bulk of that was part of the fire road paving. So I'm going to move on to Saratoga, which is actually not usually the case, but a little more straightforward this time.
Like that. Okay.
So we talked about a couple of footnotes that you'd like added, and certainly I can do that. But the budgets in the current projects have remained unchanged. No real movement in between each one either. We may need to adjust something in the immediate needs, but the current projects are either in design or in construction. And again, we had a discussion about some savings in the 900 wing. There's still some savings there. We're still working on the needs for the shade structure and any additional There's some needs for some power drop from the ceiling down. And we are still working on those. Greystone and the architect is working on those. So that is still being worked on. So we still have the full budget here. And as we achieve some savings, then their overall negative will likely be reduced. Then I'm going to go to the.
So should we
So-
count down then? So what's that going to impact to our budget?
Right now, there's no impact. There still is a negative at the bottom, and I'll talk about that when we get down there. Because I do believe we will be able to address that negative in project savings. At this time, that would be my assumption. I just, right now, until we know the cost of the shade structure and all those additional items, I don't want to reduce that budget until we know exactly what we need to do in that room for future.
So that means we don't have those negatives, say we save a lot of money from that budget, can be used for others, right?
At this time,
Once
but
that
I
project
believe
is
we will.
completely closed out, any excess we'll be able to reallocate.
So that means we are not closing that 900
We are not.
Because we're still working on the shade structure, a few things that were, small electrical things that robotics works, things like that.
Thank
So,
you.
so I just have a couple of questions. For Saratoga site, on the flame project, we have a library improvement for $390. Couldn't that just be on site?
That was spent a long time ago.
But why we will have even $390 there as part of the Measure
Why
E?
don't you let Dolores run through the projects in order?
Actually,
I thought she finished.
the
I
next
thought she's finished too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will add a footnote on the HVAC replacement, but in addressing that, we had spent that money, I would have to look back,
That's
but
gotta be-
years ago,
Yeah.
I would have to do some serious digging to even tell you what we spent it on, why it was charged to the bond or why it wasn't covered under site needs is history that is gone at this point.
Yeah.
But I can't move it at this point because it's so long ago for me to make an adjustment. It's such a prior year adjustment.
Okay,
I
that's
would have
fine,
to,
that's fine.
Well, you can move it from plan to completed. 'cause
I
we
can move
obviously
it to
aren't gonna
complete it
see-
and I likely will.
Right?
But then the next question I have is for the parking lot asphalt replacement, is that like necessary, like really in high need, like it's
Yes.
broke?
No, I'm watching both Brian and Abram nod their heads. Yes, that was discovered as part of the needs assessment that Greystone went out. They recommended that we redo that parking lot. And I'm hearing from site administration that that is
That's the back part.
It's the
It's a
back.
back parking,
back.
it's fine.
a small bad parking lot.
$500,000 here. So if we replace it, we have to replace the whole thing, is that how that works? Because
Yeah,
here's $500,000.
I'm gonna turn to Jamie or Todd for the scope of that project, what was needed, but
So we have been doing the touch up and then the repair for the front parking lot every year for the last 4 or 5, for the last 3 years at least. And then, so why is the back parking lot, we don't do the same method and then we
Sure, so-
replace that?
Yeah, the front parking lot was part of the construction projects with the new music building. We had all of that work done in the front of the school with construction, it was all torn up. And so we redid that front parking lot as a culmination of the music building.
Not all of them,
No,
not all of
No, I
them.
was working there when I was part of the design team, so I was there when we actually, we blocked it off, we put new asphalt over the top of it, we relined it. Because all the lines that we have now are new at the end of the music building. And so that was a really big project for us. And at that time, we had put a request in for the back parking lot too. And so it's been about 5 years that the site has been asking for the back parking lot to be done. Because it's more money that can be allocated for out of a site budget to do the back parking lot. But the back parking lot hasn't been done.
Okay, but we don't repair that because when we done the music building, it's only the front part of that.
Yeah.
It's not the back part always just repair.
Back parking lot, we've been
No,
trying.
not the back part, the one closer to the
I think
sports
She's talking
plaza.
near the football.
Oh, we call
Yeah.
that the front park.
Yeah.
It's just, there are 3 different parking components to the front.
Yeah,
So the first component over by, all 3 parking components on the front parking lot were done at the same time. They were all redone at the exact same time. Over the last few years, if there are damage that is done or anything that happens, like, for example, this winter break, our crew is going to repaint the striping. You know, that's an internal thing that we're doing because it's faded over 5 years. But if there's like I think it might have been the year I was gone, but I remember hearing
Yeah, that was-
something
we
about water
did.
damage. There was some water
There
damage
was.
in the hole. I wasn't there for that.
Those are spot there.
Yeah, that popped up as an issue that had to be replaced.
no, several years in a row in the summertime, we have the company come over to repair, some of the holes, something like.
That comes after you install a new, you can only do those for so long. Eventually, you're gonna have to replace the asphalt.
Yeah, I understand. I think the staff asked for this, that parking lot replacement. I think it will be nice. But I just want to see the bottom line we have, just to see if we can, like, perhaps take another look to see if it's like, because $500,000 right now can help with the deficit. Maybe not $500,000, we can $250,000 to help with the deficit. That's just one board member just.
So this was addressed when we did our reprioritization, and this is what the board approved as a plan. If, as we keep going and moving through, we're gonna have to reassess. Each year when we kind of do our annual evaluation, we're gonna have to assess where we are with deficit. Because we'll have savings from some projects, other projects may go up, and we have to constantly reassess. That's why it's still in the planned projects, not the current project.
Right, so we need to really look at this, depends on where we are.
But you can't do that at every single meeting. It
But
has
just
to-
keep in mind, I think especially we are looking at this. But this is a study session of Measure E. We don't have it every single meeting.
I'm talking about every single facility meeting. We can't every quarter start reprioritizing. We have a plan that we're working. And as we start to work our way through the planned projects, if we're feeling like our deficit is a place that's uncomfortable, then we would make changes. But every single time we have a meeting, we can't, because we don't know how those other projects are going to close out. We want to wait until those projects close out and then say, okay, do we need to adjust any of the remaining planned projects?
So we are not doing this one in the next summer, right? If
Yeah,
we are
but-
doing that in the next summer, then we need to talk about that right now.
Yeah, right.
So what's Jamie or Todd, do you have an anticipated time frame on that?
I don't believe we assigned a time frame for it. We can certainly look at doing another repair. At some point, you end up throwing good money after bad because you're just repairing a continuously deteriorating parking lot. And I think you're getting close to that level. It's something that does not require DSA approval. So I would kind of watch the price of petroleum, which determines the price of asphalt, and see if we get a dip in the petroleum prices, and then we can put it out to bid and get it taken care of.
I understand what you were saying earlier, that we cannot keep on changing the priority. On the other hand, I think we do our study session of Measure E implementation. I think we've been doing it on a quarterly basis, is that, yes. And if we already know, at least for the Saratoga High side, we have such a huge deficit, even though we are hoping to get savings from other projects, but we also have additional costs for the project that's like that $157,000, the discrepancy. So I just think we need to be mindful about, the project we are going into. Some are like necessity, like.
And we're not proposing that we do that right now. We're working through the current project. We're not
Okay.
moving forward with any of the planned projects yet until we gotta, get closer to the end and have a better sense, we have a better sense of the other projects that are in place and can better define those budgets. And then we start saying, okay, are we ready to start moving forward with some planning?
Okay, I appreciate it.
So going over the bottom line, when the board discussed in, I believe it was September, how to fund, baseball was part of the conversation as well as the deficit. It was decided that we would allocate the interest and the interest at that time. And that has been allocated, shown there at the bottom. So with that interest allocated, the deficit is 254,000, which is not significant in a $43 million budget. And I believe that we'll have savings. I believe that there are some areas that will make up for that, as we discussed at the time in September. And we, at the time, the board decided to move forward with that little bit of negative, knowing that we had some areas that we felt could address that deficit at that. So unless there are any more questions about that sheet, I'm going to go.
So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm going to basically just say we can talk about it another time. But I just wanted to, because I did ask the question earlier about the HVAC and percentages and so forth. So you said, talk about it now. So now, but it's not that critical. I think my point was that I think there's a lot of savings in that 1.87 number that I think we're dramatically overestimating how much we need to change HVAC systems.
And so I
We're
think
already probably covering it. So we'll probably get maybe that 250 just right up. So that's good.
very easily could.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna worry about the rest of it, but that was, I just wanted to make sure since it was there and needed.
Appreciate
But
it.
then Catherine's gonna take all that free time and use it anyway, so. Catherine.
So,
Anthony, yeah.
You have a question, Catherine?
I'll get you.
Okay, well, let Teresa first.
My first question goes back to Los Gatos on the corner of Pleasant in New York that's fenced right now.
Yes.
What is happening with that?
There are no plans that I'm aware of for that. It's essentially a storage yard. Long term, this would require another future bonding program. Long term, the idea would be that we would acquire private home on New York, the other private home across the street on New York. And that would help with parking lot and ingress and egress expansion, and that would take that. We don't want to put a building on that, because that would then restrict our ability to help with ingress egress. But that's sort of a wish list long term that would require,
That isn't in this at all. It's going to remain as is for some time.
unless the site says there's some, simple need that would cost a lot of money.
I think the current idea for that little small patch that has nice fancy fence around it, gates on both sides, is for band trailer parking. The gate would need to be expanded on this New York Avenue side. And there need to be some slope control that's done on that as well to make it usable to put those big trailers in there. Right now, you could pull a car through, a truck through and park it there, but getting those big trailers, ideally it would be flattened out. Double wide gate would pull through on one side, drop the trailer off, and then continue pulling forward, whatever direction makes the most sense.
Thank you. And then my last question just is in looking at all of the information that we've been given today. The furthest out project we have right now would be the Saratoga baseball field, and that would be completion in 2023. There's nothing beyond that that goes into this bond, is that right?
correct. As we close out projects, earn additional interest, and that's finalized, we may get down to the end where we have some money that would necessitate another smaller project, but nothing significant. I would not anticipate that would be a lot of money, nor would I anticipate that it would be a significant project.
So 2023.
So I just want to throw in, if we can have all of this stuff done so that Measure E is fully finished by the end of 2022, then we should thank Greystone because we seemed like we were going to take a lot longer than that in a couple of years ago.
I
Yeah.
propose we thank
So-
Greystone anyway. They do a great deal of work and it saves both.
Oh, no,
me
I
and
know.
Mike on a lot
But I
of
mean,
things.
I feel like when I got on this board, Measure E felt like it was still at least 5 years more out. And the fact that
They
we're
have
actually
moved
coming
things
close
along.
to a point where we can even talk about being finished is just a real joy. And so I'm actually really appreciative of that.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced we'll hit that, but I'm happy that we even are talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah, Council.
We have people online waiting to get to the next item.
Yeah.
We have some of our site staff who's sitting here waiting to do the safety, so I want to try and move us along. We're
I
running-
still wanted to give my remark.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
You just cut me off on that one. Okay, all right, so, the last few days, I attend the CSBA, conference. And then, I talked to several of the turf, the field guys. And then, so just for the information, and I also would like to ask, Todd or Jenny, maybe you guys can verify that. So based on the turf field, representative, was, talking about the turf field cost increase in the last 2 years, probably like 5 to 10%. Last five years, probably it was like a 10 to 15%. So I was wondering, because that's not what I heard when last time the birthday gave us the presentation. It was like a double of the cost. So I'd like to confirm about that. And I also, the other things I wanted to put into the record is, since the Measure E bond fund, we have spent tremendous amount of the money in all our turf field, all our artificial field. And for those fields, it's the life expectancy is about 10 years. Sometimes if you have the heavy use like the football field, whatever, maybe shorter. So for those, the replacement cost, I also found that information for our district is $60,000 if you assuming it's 12 years life expectancy, if we really stretch that. So I want us to think about the Measure E projects we have already done with all kinds of fields. I think together we probably finished 6, 7 fields on that one. And then last Saratoga High School football field actually was done by the parents, way back then, 7 years, foundation,
Yes.
7 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago. So looking at turf field have all kinds of a pro on that. So how much money we should put on aside if we're going to continue to provide the sports program, actual curriculum for our students. So do the math, and then so I do want that information to be kept in our documents so we know where we are and then how we're going to address those. Because otherwise, by the time when we need to replace that, Saratoga High School football field will be the first one in a couple of years. Then what is going to be, the dollar amount going to pay for that? I certainly hope we have planned for that. Otherwise, we'll just have to grab it from the general fund, which is, I don't think that's the ideal situation. So put it out there, but I do want to know the cost. Why are we getting the quote? Because at that specific meeting, I was told that the cost was double, and then I confirmed that it was not the case. Thank you.
Was there a question in that or just?
No, I wanted to confirm, the question about the cost of the turf field.
Okay,
And those vendors are familiar with our area.
They are the one building all the last
Okay.
So I'm not clear, are you asking the price of the actual carpet itself, or are we talking about the complete field?
I think what I heard you ask for is just what's up, you want to see kind of what the plan is.
Right.
and
No, two things. One is the quote, like the percentage we heard from Verdi at previous meetings about the cost has been doubled, which is
That-
different
My
from.
recollection is that that was in reference to the cost of when Los Gatos baseball field was completed and now as we're looking at that. And that wasn't like a 2-year.
No, 5 years, even I asked, how about, do you remember you built that last field? They say, yeah, it is about 5-6 years ago. I don't know exactly, it's a 5 year or 6 year, probably like a 15-20% increase on the material. So just double check with all those numbers because it doesn't add up for me.
So that's one, but then the second one, sorry, I'll touch it.
Was a plan for the replacement of our existing turf field.
Yeah,
And we're putting some money away for that, but,
it's not.
and then, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this
Right, we
today,
don't
but
need that.
the JPA is doing an assessment of all of our fields. It's a service that they offer to school district to kind of give us an update as to sort of where we are with each field, and what the upcoming needs are.
Right, we should have an inventory of how much and we know how much we own.
You can have a little more information at first interim on where our resources are for that type of thing.
So today we will not be discussing the baseball field at all, Circle High School.
We got an update earlier, but I don't know what else more you need. What more do you need, Cynthia?
But just in terms of the, okay, let me go back.
I think that was one of them.
One of the items in the slide deck that Jamie presented.
Yeah, it was one of the last ones. That's
Right. I understand. But is there any, so it's pretty much stays the same as we
Yeah, that's why.
discussed the
it's-
last time?
Yeah, because I mean, we're in the
It's at
middle
DSA.
of construction documents, or I think we're waiting for DSA review. Actually, we haven't even submitted yet to DSA,
We have it, right?
so we're still just waiting for that. So there's still quite a bit of dialogue.
Okay, thank you.
As Teresa accurately pointed out, it's like our last project right now, which is,
Yeah.
in my opinion, good. So, okay,
The next item is a discussion of delivery methods for upcoming projects. So we have Phil Henderson from Warbuck Huff Henderson, who's going to give us a presentation overview on different delivery methods. And then at the end of that, we would like some direction regarding 4 specific projects and what delivery method we would like to use, so that if we decide to use a lease back for any of them, then we can kind of prepare for that and bring that back to the board as an action item. So with that, we can turn it over to Phil.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. And I noticed that the projection here is of a PDF. If you'd let me share my screen, I actually have the PowerPoint up and I can run it if you'd like.
Can he share his screen?
I think so.
Okay, let me do this. Share. Is it the presentation? I hope so.
It is.
Great. All right, well, great. Thank you, everybody. Let me go ahead and get started. And as Superintendent Grove pointed out, I'm going to walk through the delivery methods and then at the
Can I ask a
end,
question?
of course.
Do you have an intended project? That's why we have this, your presentation, because currently we only left, baseball field, engineering building, that's it. So,
yes, they do have specific ones they want to do these.
okay,
Yes, at the
Multiple
end.
projects that we still have are coming up for,
okay,
that was what
all
I
right.
mentioned earlier, yes. That's why we.
Correct. So as soon as I get through the last slide, actually, of this presentation is the list of the projects. And then I think Jamie and Todd will probably step in and there'll be a broader discussion on that last slide, which will be the district's projects. Okay. Let me go ahead and get moving. So I'm going to go over just some basic delivery options. One is going to be design, bid, build. I'll just spend a moment or two on that. I will discuss design, build for just a minute so you can put that into context. And then we'll spend a little bit more time on lease back, which is actually the delivery method that the district staff is certainly considering wanting to apply to some of the projects that are coming up. So these are the three options that we're going to talk about going forward. And they're really the three main options that are open to school districts for construction. The first one is frankly what the district has been doing for quite a long time, and it's called design bid build, based on a general contractor model. So what happens is you can see just by the design for the visual learners in the room, including myself, the district and its architect put together designs, and then you put that project out to bid, and the bid gets awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. That's the contractor. And the contractor, 99 times out of 100, has subcontractors who perform the work underneath them. That's the standard model for the vast majority of K-12 construction for the past few years. But for the other ones we're going to talk about, this still probably is the main model that gets done for most school districts. There's pluses and minuses, excuse me, with design bid build. You probably know a good chunk of them. The pluses, it's Econ 101. It's going to the lowest bidder, generally generates the lowest price, certainly on bid day. Tried and true, like I said, this is the process that virtually all K-12 construction was doing for decades. And obviously the legal structure is vetted, et cetera. Some downsides, there is lack of flexibility. You only get to award this to the lowest responsible bidder. There's no real gauge on experience, past experience, and the kind of best value evaluation you can do. There is a pre-qualification process, and the district has engaged in that, but pre-qualification isn't perfect when you really want to be able to evaluate past experience. You get no early involvement with the contractor during design. When we get to design build and lease back in a moment, those are pluses, frankly, that a contractor could opine on the design of something earlier on. And historically, if there's going to be claims on construction projects, oftentimes people will point to the design bid build model as being one that generates oftentimes a conflict relationship where there is a potential for plenty of claims. So maybe that's the downside. Another model that's design bid build, but a different type of it, is a CM multiple prime project. Same concept in that you do design it with the architect, you hire a construction manager to run it, but instead of awarding one contract, the district actually takes on the responsibility and awards multiple trade contracts, kind of like you become the general and your construction manager manages the project. And then you have all these trade contractors, separate contracts for all the contracts underneath you. Not the most popular model in K-12, and it comes with its own heartache, if you will. Pluses and minuses, again, it's a low bid process, so the economics generally can work, certainly on bid day. And the legal structure has been vetted. There's no real question on the legality of it. Same issues with the cons, lack of flexibility. You can't really have contractors come in and provide input during the design period. That's just not how the structure works. There is a reputation for more claims, certainly under this. The biggest downside with this, one, it really takes a CM who has a lot of experience doing multiple prime projects to make it work. It really only works best on some pretty large projects. Frankly, you don't have them. And you take on the coordination of the contractors, the schedule of the contractors, because you've got to coordinate all that. So we see this not too often, but it is one of the ones that are available to schools. So I do want to let you know it exists in the world, but frankly, with your projects, and I rarely recommend this anyway, but certainly with your projects, I don't think CM multiple prime would be an ideal model for this at all. Okay, skipping over now to not design bid build, but design build. Again, not similar structure, similar relationship with, if you will, a program architect. You have somebody help you with design, but only up to barely even schematic design. And then you put that out for a best value selection process. You are entering into a contract with an entity who's both going to design it and build it. So it's not just, which we'll get to in a moment, lease back, where the contractor opines during design. You actually have a contract with one entity that does both the design and the construction of it. So underneath that one entity, you have sub-consultants that are usually the design or civil engineers, structural engineers, and all the subcontractors. But again, you have a one point of contact because you have one point of contact because you have one contract. Pluses and minuses with this approach. Absolutely a team approach. You are entering into an agreement. The architect group and the contractor group are all pulled together, if you will, as one entity you have a contract with. The selection and design build, at least for California schools, the K-12 market has a specific statute, and it is on a best value, meaning you do look at price, don't get me wrong, but you also get to gauge past experience on these kind of projects, life cycle costs, have they worked together before, et cetera. You get to apply a point structure to all that, and then you can select the contractor, not necessarily on the lowest price. Price is still a component, don't get me wrong, but also other factors that come in on design build process. Downside for this, there is absolutely a steep learning curve in the K-12 market for doing design build. It's been popular for decades in the private and large construction projects like high rises, et cetera. Not so much in the K-12. So it's getting done a little bit more, but it's not taken over by no means. The designer and the contractor must have a good relationship. So I put that on the downside because not all the time in the K-12 market does an architecture firm and a contractor firm have a long, really good relationship. Oftentimes there's more conflict than a good relationship. Not to say that some of them don't really work well together, but it's something we always have to keep an eye on. So again, best value selection is a definite positive in design build. And we generally, we've done quite a few of them. Again, for larger projects, this makes a lot of sense. Again, your projects are not all that gigantic right now. So we could look at this, but it doesn't lend itself right now, I think, to the way the district has its program and the size of your current projects. So, yes.
So, all right. So I'm a couple of parts I'm not sure I understand. So I'll do the second one first. So the designer and contractor must have a good relationship. I thought, if I understood this right, they are the same company. So how can they not have a good relationship?
They're not really the same company. Here, I'll go back a moment. So
Because if I look back at your thing, you're talking about having a contractor plus architect in one company that is the design build entity, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes. Well, let me explain. So that's the contractual relationship with you, the school district. 9 times out of 10, the entity you enter into an agreement with is really the contractor, and their number one consultant is the architectural firm. Very few times, and it has happened once or twice when I've been working for schools for the past 20 years, they will create a joint venture, an actual entity where they both become parties to one actual legal structure. But the vast majority of the time, you're still entering into an agreement with the contractor, but they are created maybe an informal relationship as a design build entity. And we use that term DBE all the time, but it's never always, it's rarely, like I said, as an actual individual company.
so you're saying that the reality is that even though you're showing it as a single entity, the reality is you have a general contractor who subcontracts an architect.
Yep.
And then blames him for all his problems.
Well, and maybe I should have focused on that last negative, if you will, the below line comment, DBE liability insurance structure critical. That has to do with your question, because most contractors don't have E&O insurance, malpractice insurance, for design work. So when we enter into agreement with somebody, we have to go one layer below and say, okay, your designer, your architectural firm, show us what their liability insurance looks like. We have to take a look at it. We have to see what the coverages are. Is it going to cover, if you will, the ultimate owner and not just you, contractor, for the design problems? So it gets complicated. And again, the complication is workable, don't get me wrong. But I'll be honest, again, because of your type of projects and the size you have, it's a lot of heartache. So you want to have usually a pretty big project to justify the heartache you have to do to get to that final agreement with the design build entity. And you're right, I'll use design build entity somewhat vaguely as a term.
So then, and I think that might have answered my second question, which was, what did you mean by steep learning curve? It's all this complexity you're talking about right now. Is that what you mean?
That's part of it. It's also partly the timing of the pricing. We go out on the street, we want to get design build entities, again, my big term, to come and respond to it. Well, the project isn't designed yet, right? That the whole idea is this is a design build project. We aren't going to get a final price on that day. We may not get a final price for a year. That's a learning curve, frankly, on the district side. They have to understand that they're going to award a contract with a certain amount of good faith and faith in the process that at the end of the day, they're going to end up with a project that is not overpriced, not over-designed, and that fell within the budget. Now, you've always got out clauses, et cetera, but you never go into an agreement on day one knowing you can jump out of it in a year. You go with the intention and hope that it's going to work out. That's the learning curve. We have to understand that the risk on day one is a little bit different than when we go out for a formal bid, or frankly, even a lease back, which we'll explain a little bit.
Okay, Cynthia. any questions?
Yeah, so the first suggestions I have is to add your presentation document to our agenda attachment. It is now?
Yeah, it was,
Maybe
because I
I,
went through this earlier today.
maybe, okay,
It was
somehow
posted
I
last
did.
week.
Somehow I can see that. Okay, the second question I have is, since we have already, I have seen this before by, presentation by other, other firms. So if we can just use the, like all the projects we have already having, which one we are using right now? Because I think if I look at this general contractor, first option, GC, the district is acting as contractor, but where is the construction manager and program manager coming to play? Because we are paying them a substantial fee, overseeing the projects. And for the second one, design bid build, again, I see construction manager, but I don't see the program manager being one of the, section on this page. And then for the third one, again, I don't see any construction and program manager. So can you just kind of help me to understand how that works?
Certainly, yeah. This presentation is, and you're right, we could add an extra layer if you'd like, but the presentation really is what is going to be our contractual relation with the person actually building the project? Not how we're managing it, not how our program is going, but what is going to be our contractual relationship and what are the options to enter into the person who's actually going to build the project? That's really what this presentation is about. So everything else you bring up is absolutely important for the running of your program and the managing of your projects. And we can put these into context, if you will. I'm happy to probably in this next slide here on lease back and as we go forward, the role that the Greystone, a CM, PM, and your district staff would have in that structure, just like on all the other ones. It doesn't make them go away. These things still need to be managed. We're talking about how to procure the actual construction.
So I think what I have observed, correct me if I'm wrong, Doris, it's like we have pretty much been hiring a general contractor for the project we are doing.
Typical process is design, bid, build.
Yeah.
And we've been using that, and then
Pretty
based
much,
on,
I believe the
Yeah.
district
And-
used lease back for, let's say.
for the fields,
For some of the projects.
Some of the
past, but
projects.
none since I've been here.
right? So, and then we pay based on the total cost, a percentage to the construction and program manager.
At the time of the schematic design.
So basically, whatever the method the delivery method we are using, since we now have the construction and program manager in this picture, they are getting a piece of our total.
So regardless of whether you manage it internally, if you create your own internal construction program management team internally as a district, or whether you use an external service like Greystone, you're going to incur management costs
Right. And I know the last one,
under all three of these.
right, I understand that the last one we have is the lease and lease back. And my understanding by talking to, this was way back, early on, several years ago, I was talking to quite a few district are doing bond implementation. What I heard overall is when we are dealing with lease and leaseback, the management effort is very, very low compared with like a general contract. But so that's why, oftentimes the fee is negotiated separately, and usually it's at a very like a flat amount, and it's not like the regular other delivery method, because it's the effort of the construction and program manager is much less. So I'm interested.
So
learning.
I think you're basically doing Bill's presentation.
Okay, I'm interested in learning more.
Yeah,
about
I am too.
these.
That's
why I
good,
like-
yeah, because if I may, I think I know from where you've spoken, and maybe 10 years ago, that was a bit of a model. There has been changes in lease back. There has been a structure that's been put in lease back. And just because we're procuring them in a way that allows us to evaluate other factors doesn't mean they don't need to be managed. So we don't use lease back as an opportunity to try to get a turnkey project. There is no realistic turnkey project unless we want to avoid managing construction. And the contractors that work in the K-12 industry, there's some great ones and there's some ones that are not so great. Regardless, we need to oversee them. And the management of a lease back contractor, if they're fantastic, might be less. You're right. But we don't go in with the expectation that we don't have to keep an eye on them.
So
Okay, so why don't
Are
you
there
explain what it is now?
any questions about the previous two models before we move on to lease?
Yes, three.
So he's already covered two. I'm asking if you have any additional questions about the first two. No.
Okay.
Okay. Bill, I think we're ready for lease back.
Great. Let's talk about lease back. And we'll spend a couple extra minutes with this one because I think this is a viable option. You don't have to choose it, but I want you to understand how it looks in 2021 because it is different. Similar structure though. This slide could look very much like the GC slide we had at the beginning. Very similar in structure to what you folks are doing, at least as far as how the relationships work. You have an architect who's designing it. You put it out for an RFQP, not a formal bid. It goes to a contractor and they have subcontractors or trade contractors underneath them. So again, that structure, you will, for the visual learners like myself, that structure should look very familiar to you. Now, oops, didn't go down. There we go. The statute on lease back was updated about 5 years ago. There were some lawsuits almost 9 years ago related to lease back, an old model, and some districts not overseeing the relationship between themselves and the contractors sufficiently, frankly, as they should have been. So right now, there is a competitive selection process controlled by the statute. It's awarded similar to design build in that there's a best value. You get to evaluate factors that come into play when you're doing construction: past experience, the type of project you've done, who's your project team, what's your ability to maintain a schedule, what's your ability to maintain a budget. Other questions we ask specifically in 90% of our RFQs, requests for qualifications for lease back contractors. They can be hired before the design is done. That's a big plus most of the time with the lease back. Not like design build, it's not the same entity, but we can enter into a contract during design and pay them perhaps a fee to do some pre-construction services, meaning they will meet with the architect. They will say, that system doesn't work too well. If you do X, Y, and Z, we can build it faster and perhaps less expensive. That's an easy example, but that's the kind of thing that you seek sometimes, getting pre-construction services from a lease back contractor. That's one of the advantages that he has over doing the formal bid, because we can't do that in the formal bid setting. For example, if we do that and that's the case, how do we ensure there's some competition? Because if you do pre-construction services, what's the final price for the project? There's a requirement in the statute saying it, even if you get the project, Mr. General Contractor, ahead of it being ready to go out and actually get finally priced, when you finally price it, you shall put an ad in the paper and you shall award to subcontractors based on lowest price and best value. So when we represent school districts for a living, we control that process quite a bit. We force contractors to comply with pretty good requirements to try to make sure the price doesn't go up on you. because at that moment in time, that's where the competition is, and getting the subcontractor pricing as low as possible. Okay, so again, in this, at least that's the scenario I was just describing, when you hire the contractor, perhaps during design. You can hire them at the end of design and kind of treat it like a bid, and that's fine. But one of the main pluses, if you will, if you're going to consider lease-leaseback, again, is to draw them in early. So you would go through that competitive selection process I just explained briefly. You put an RFQ out, you put an ad in the paper, everyone can come. Let's say you award that pre-con, the pre-construction agreement. They perform some of those services. It's ready to go out to bid. You put that, you with the contractor, put that out on the street. You get subcontractors to price it. They're competing against each other at that point. You ultimately award that contract, the final contract for construction, and the contractor goes and builds the project at that point. Let's spend a few minutes on this slide, because if you read it closely, you'll see at least two contradictory statements that I make in this slide, and that's on purpose. What are the pluses? There is a cost decrease through that process I was explaining a moment ago, through constructability review and value engineering. You bring in that contractor earlier on, and that contractor hopefully is working with you in good faith, and they do, the ones that are good at it, and working to make the project more efficient and helping the architect through the design, if you will. So that's a decrease, in my view, at that point in time. That's a good thing. Increased competition, since the statute requires advertising for the contractor. Again, it has to go in the paper. And like I said a minute ago, and when they're ready to price it with the subs, they have to advertise again, and they have competition at that pricing. So again, that's increased competition in that process. The experience best value, I think I've talked about that a little bit. Again, we get to evaluate other factors besides price. I know in the design bid build, there is a pre-qualification process. And again, that works fairly well. In fact, they have to pre-qualify for this as well. But we get to ask a whole bunch of other more graded questions with specific scoring criteria, et cetera, that we get to truly use a best value process when we pick that contractor. And I will not, this is kind of akin to Cynthia, your question earlier. Well, these things are usually easier to manage. And a lot of times lease-leasebacks are easier to manage. There's usually, I hope, fingers crossed, knock on wood, less conflict with the contractor. And it can reduce the number of change orders, but I don't want anyone to go into this thinking we will never have a change order, we will never have a delay, and everything's perfect. No, this is still construction. And these are still contractors who don't want to be caught presumably making less money than they potentially could. So yes, there's a reduced risk, but I'm not going to say it's disappeared. It has not disappeared. The negatives, the cons, if you will, what's below the line. Well, I said there was a cost decrease because of constructability review. Well, I'm also I'm very conscious of the fact there could be an increase because there is potentially reduced competition. We aren't doing a design bid build. We aren't just picking on price. Is there a potential that you might pay a half a point or a point more for a contractor in this context than you would in design bid build? Yeah, there is. I'll be conscious of it. So we try to deflect that, not deflect, we try to mitigate for that by, again, pushing as much competition as we can into the process. But don't let anybody tell you that you're going to get a lower price for sure on lease-leaseback than you will on design bid build. That's not true. Okay, we try to make it as close as possible and squeeze the numbers as much as we can. But you know, economics 101, formal bidding will almost certainly get you the lowest price on bid day. Decreased competition and price and other factors can be considered. Again, as you see, it conflicts with what I had set up above. I think there's increased competition because it requires advertising, sure enough. But we get to consider other options besides just price. So does that decrease the competition on price? Certainly. But if we are looking for an efficient project with less chance of it being late, et cetera, then evaluating those other factors that come into play. So let's be conscious of both the pluses and minuses here. So we absolutely have to. That last bullet point, public concerns due to challenges on contracts based on the old statute. You were mentioning you were at CSBA. CSBA over the past year has had some press releases, et cetera, about the lawsuit that's still pending at the Supreme Court related to lease-leaseback. Old statute, number one, they're down to some of the most nuanced questions and not whether or not lease-leaseback is legal, regardless of what the press releases from CSBA and others might have said incorrectly. I'll be honest with you, incorrectly. The use of lease back now with the new statute and all the processes that are now imposed on us, there has not been a challenge on lease back in over 7 years, really 7, maybe even 8 years now. It's almost 2022, related to the structure of lease back or the use of lease back. So does that mean it's, absolutely 100% bulletproof? Well, nothing's 100% bulletproof, but there has not been a challenge based on the new statute. So whatever you hear potentially about that, excuse me, is about the old statute and the old structure for lease back. I will only spend.
Can you hold off on that for a second? And
Absolutely.
Peter's got his hand up and I have questions as well. So, Peter, did you have a question?
Yeah, so two points. One, could you comment upon the experience in terms of schedule? Is it neutral to schedule compared to the other options? Is it more variable? Is it more certain to have a longer schedule, a shorter schedule? Is there any commentary you can make about schedule? That's question one. Yeah. Question two, you haven't said anything about the lease and lease back aspects of this.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
My first question too.
Let me take that question first, because you're right. Perhaps for time, my lease back presentation oftentimes has 2 or 3 other slides that has to do with this is how the structure of the contract is, etc. So my apologies for trying to focus or be quicker, if you will, in my presentation. So without a slide, allow me to at least explain how this structure works. The way the lease back, hence the name, you as the owner of the property lease the actual parcel of land that I'm gonna explain it as a simple project, new building. You lease that parcel of land to the contractor for $1. Statute says $1. The contractor will ultimately lease you back the final facility. So while you give them that land for $1, you also, over a site lease and a facilities lease, excuse me, there's 2 documents, give them the authority to go ahead and build on it while you've given them the lease. So you're the landlord for that site lease. You're the landlord for the ground, okay? And during the whole construction process, you're going to make tenant improvement payments. Those are like progress payments. And when they're finally done building that building, they lease it back to you. So the structure is still there. You're still giving them the lease for the land. They're leasing you back the final facility. And what are you paying that contractor when they're done with the project? You have withheld a chunk of the money from construction. And those are the lease payments you're going to make for at least a year. You're going to lease the building back from the contractor for a year. You don't really pay extra costs. I'll touch on that in a second, because the amount you're paying in lease payments, you withheld from the construction amount. So if let's do easy math, $1 million project. You're going to say 5% you withheld. You're going to pay then 5% of $1 million, $50,000 over the course of 12 months back to the contractor. You divide that 50,000 by 12. You will pay interest on that $50,000. That's the financing component from the lease back that we ensure we put into the contract to comply with the most stringent case that happened about 10 years ago. So there's a lease back portion. You're going to pay those lease payments. You might pay 2% interest on $50,000 over 12 months, and you'll make those payments. At the end of the lease period, all of the building, the ownership of the building is vested in you. It actually vests incrementally as you're paying through it, but at the end of the 12 months, you will be the owner of the building at that point. That's lease back legal structure 101, if you will. Hopefully not too complicated, but again, that's the back and forth of the lease and lease back. Regarding schedule, we're probably going to touch on this as well, but I know we're going to talk about it when we get to the slide with the district's projects on it, because part of what Greystone is wanting to point out is, especially now with some of the supply chain issues we're having and some of the cost escalation we're doing, if we got into a contract earlier on with a contractor to do the pre-construction work and the preliminary services, not only would we be able to hopefully save some time because they're going to find some efficient issues with the design that they could help shrink up the time frame. They can order equipment. So if you're looking for materials and equipment earlier on, especially in this time, in this market that we're living in, That can be done as well. We might enter the lease back a little early. We might do it at the pre-con. We'll work that out. But those things can happen earlier on, which one should not only, should definitely help your schedule, I would think. And knock on wood, could actually help keep the price down because I think, Todd, you pointed out about half an hour ago regarding the cost impacts and waiting and looking for the right time to buy asphalt, for example. You can have a longer period of time to consider those options in a lease back structure. I hope that answered your question, Peter. Well, still got a hand up. Go ahead.
The minor other issue is there any tax benefit to the contractor who holds the lease, that's leasing it back, taxed in their income tax?
No, not necessarily. If anything, they may have a concern over a county who may improperly categorize it as a lease that they're holding.
Okay.
I have not had that happen though, knock on wood, in Santa Clara County. I've had other county assessor's office look at those leases as something, but it hasn't, and knock on wood, happened in Santa Clara County. Okay. Were there other questions before I dive into the other one?
I just want to make sure I understand this process. So what you're saying is, because I kind of understood the lease back terminology, but what it sounds like it's not entirely what I thought. So you're saying on the completion of the building, the district would pay like 95% of that cost to the contractor and only lease 5% of the cost? Was that what I heard you say? And it would only be for 1 year. So at the end of the year, the lease would be over and done with.
Correct.
So it's not like you would buy it and then pay payments over several years.
You could structure it that way if you wanted, but most of the time everyone wants out of the lease. And I'll be honest with you, it's usually your lawyer who says, I want to have a commercially defensible lease. You're going to hold it for, I've had it as low as 6 months, but I want it to be commercially defensible. So I'm usually pushing for 12 months.
But only on like 5% of the total cost.
Correct. So although I avoid trying to use these terms too often, I will for the sake of this explanation. In normal construction, you're making progress payments during construction, and then you pay at the end a 5% retention. In a lease-back structure, like we do every time we lease a building from somebody in a commercial setting, they're making tenant improvements, and I make tenant improvement payments. Like in my office where I'm sitting right now, I had to pay for tenant improvement payments. I paid those during the construction. I didn't have the remaining lease payments at the end, but that's the structure you're going to have. You'll make 95% of your payments during the construction. And that remaining 5%, you will be then, you will take that amount and spread it out over 12 months of lease payments and pay some. At that point, the contractor has to make everyone else whole. They have to pay their subs, all the workers are paid. Nobody's waiting besides the contractor to get paid after you've taken occupancy. So they have to borrow that $50,000, at least in my example. And that's what you're going to pay. You're going to pay the carrying cost, the interest that contractor will have to pay for the year that they're waiting for your lease payments each month.
Okay, right. Cynthia?
So, Theo, my understanding is with lease and lease back, there has been some court cases challenging the legality of the lease and lease back structure. So, perhaps you can address that a little bit?
Yeah, I did a moment ago, but let me explain a little bit more. That last bullet point on the slide right there, public concerns due to challenges on contracts based on the old statute. There has been no challenge on lease back on the new statute. The old statute, which was all of 2 paragraphs long, current statute's 2 pages long. The old statute didn't really explain anything about procurement. The case that did come out, it's called the Davis versus Fresno case, did come up with some requirements that frankly other courts disagreed with. But it said you shall have financing and you shall have a genuine lease. None of the folks that do school construction these days are ignoring that. So that's why I was saying a few moments ago, we put an actual lease into this relationship. We don't have a fake lease. The financing is the interest you're going to be paying on those lease payments after you take occupancy. So that addresses the issues that came up in that one case. some districts may ponder the idea of doing it without those protections. I would not recommend that. I don't want to be a test case. I don't want Los Gatos, Saratoga to be a test case. So we comply both with the, if you will, the most stringent law that was, even though it was based on the old statute, I still want to comply with that. And we 100% comply with the new statute, which is again, a lot more stringent on the process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had one other question, Phil.
Yeah.
If I understand this, so you do one round of bidding and choose your lease back contractor. And then you do a second round of bidding for each of the trade contractors, correct?
Yeah, let me, just that last point, the second one, the contractor really does the procurement for the subs. But we impose on them saying, you're going to do this, this, and this. You are going to put it out in the paper because the statute requires it. Here's the language I want you to put in your ad. And here's the hurdles that you can put in front of your sub, and that's it. And other than that, you're going to pick the lowest subcontractor price as long as they're qualified. So
can you end up with a situation then where maybe the overall leaseback contractor is then having to work with, say, subcontractors that are not people they normally work with, or maybe even competitors in other environments?
Potentially. That doesn't happen a lot. There is still a qualification, and they must pre-qualify if they're mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. So there's a couple of hurdles the subcontractors have to go through with. We do have a provision in the lease back that says, I mean, I could share it on screen, but I won't. We call it the subcontractor procurement process. It's about 2.5 pages long. It explains what has to happen. There is an option for a contractor to come and explain to the district and says, I don't want to use this subcontractor because I had this bad experience, and explain it. And if district approves it, they can go to the next low subcontractor. That rarely happens these days. I'll be honest, it happened a lot a few years ago. But the process we've imposed in it now, I think works a little better. Again, I'll knock on wood. So can it happen? Yes, I won't tell you it won't. But you don't have to say yes to that. You can tell the contractor, sorry, they got through pre-qualification. They answered these other questions accurately that we have as the best value process. Therefore, we want you to go ahead and use them. And maybe there's a discussion with the contractor, or they convince you that, no, this is better to go with the next one because if we use the low one, X, Y, and Z could happen. That's a possibility.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yep.
Bill, I have another question.
Sure.
So for this lease back, who will be, if there is, in terms of the completion timing, in terms of the cost escalating, who will be the one responsible for that? Is there any control factor for this lease back delivery method?
If it's a construction problem, it's 100%. Well, it's the lease back contractor's problem. Meaning, again, the contractual relationship is really akin to what you've got now with your general contractor. So if there is a delay in completing the project, and it is because the subcontractors weren't working well and there wasn't good, the general contractor didn't have good controls over their subs, that's the lease back, the general contractor's problem. If it's a design error, well, that's of course a different question. That's construction. Like I said, we help the district figure out what the actual cause of the delay or something else has occurred. But this lease back contractor is contractually on the same hook, if you will, as a general contractor in your design build setting. This is just the procurement process. The ultimate relationship is still a contract with you and a builder.
So compare this one with the design build and
The first one was.
the first one, that was the general contractor. We still don't have much of the control factor in terms of the delay or the cost escalating, things like that. Is that right?
Well, you still have, okay, maybe now I think I understand your question a little bit better. Are you asking if the district perhaps will have more control over any potential delays or this kind of cost factors? You probably will. So,
What's the quote? Probably will.
You want me to put a percentage on that?
Yes.
I don't know what the percentage will be. I will say though, that when you pull in a contractor during the design process, And they have had the ability to do all kinds of constructability reviews, opine on systems, give you ideas on better ways to coordinate, et cetera. We have a very good defense, well, certainly a better defense. When a contractor comes and says, well, this design didn't lend itself to me being able to build it efficiently, therefore I need an extra 30 days to do it. And in a design bid, build low bid setting, I'm battling that contract a little bit because we own the design 100%. In a leaseback setting, the design still isn't the contractor's responsibility. But I'll tell you, I have a really good pushback in a defense saying you were with the design team throughout the design development and the construction documents. You didn't see this going in, and you want to make a claim now because you decide that there was some kind of inefficiency you should have thought of when you were sitting down with the architect all by yourself for the last 3 months. It's a much better defense. And I could actually, it's on this slide. Guaranteed maximum price can reduce the risk of change orders. I know I kind of said that when I was explaining it earlier, but in a negative, explaining that don't assume you're going to have no change orders and don't assume there's going to be no delays. But we can, and we have in our experience, reduce the amount of delays and the amount of claims. I don't want you to think that it's going to make them disappear though. But does it reduce them? The vast majority of the projects it does. So it's you know, nothing's a perfect panacea, right? Nothing's going to be the ultimate solution or the ultimate fix for something on a project like this. But it does reduce our battles, if you will, with contractors. So that's a plus.
So following you comment on that one. So who will be at risk when there is a cost escalating or the change order? Is that still the district or the contractor, you know, the leaseback contractor? Who will be the person responsible for this?
Well, again, if it's the contractor's fault, then the contractor will be responsible. We will not have to pay them for that, and they will potentially have to pay us liquidated damages for running late or whatever the impact might be. If it was a design problem and one that perhaps they couldn't have discovered during meeting with the architect during design, then perhaps that's the architect's fault, and we own that as to the contractor. But then, as your lawyer, I'm going to suggest we better go to the architect to try to get paid back for it. If there's something that the district does that delays the project, independent of design and independent of construction, that's kind of a rare thing, by the way, then the district would be on the hook for it. But that, again, usually in construction, without some other factors coming into play, it's either a construction problem or a design problem the vast majority of the time.
Following up the same questions regarding the change orders, in case it's something initiated by the district staff in terms of like the scope of the work, I think I can understand if it's, you know, like the district will be responsible as compared with the original design. But if we just try to use a real example, because I think the district did have lease and leaseback delivery method in the past, just about with all our fields. So say for our baseball field at Saratoga High School, we have the architect, so right now the architect is Verdi, is that?
Always be Verdi.
Right, yeah, and then the LLB contractor, would that still be Verdi? Or somebody else, right? We could, so how does that work? If you, because with a real example, I think can really help us to understand how it works.
I don't know if I know enough about the project. Who's Gertie?
Verde is the
Verdi, yes.
Oh, Verde Design.
yeah,
My apologies.
landscape architect, and an example of a contractor on a field project would be Bothman.
So Verde designs, they don't build. We still hire a contractor to build the actual field.
Who is the contractor to build in the time when Verdi?
I don't know. So
Totally like law.
Verdi doesn't choose the contractor. We,
But I thought, like here, LLB contractor, they deal with the trade contractor, which is kind of like
those are
subcontractor.
subs.
So if you look at this here, we don't deal with the subcontractor.
We
We
never,
don't,
We don't,
right?
We don't have the current process.
But in the past, I thought Verdi has been the one like doing the architect, and so maybe Greystone will have better idea than I do, if you can help me to understand it.
I went back to this, let's use the field in this slide right here that I have put back up on the screen. So in that, in Todd, thanks for the example. So the architect would be Verde Design. They're
Verde.
just designing it. They don't build the thing. They will never pick up a shovel. Your lease-back contractor perhaps would be Bothman. They are a field contractor located in the Bay Area. That could be your LLB contractor would be Bothman. And we would go through an RFQ process, what I've been talking for the last 20 minutes, to get to the Bothman. Separate from Verdi. Verdi's got a separate contract with you. Bothman has a contract with you. And Bothman, underneath it, might have a site work person. They might have the actual trade contractor that might put in the field itself. They might have an electrician because they're putting in the Musco lights or whatever. You're going to have trade contractors under that, but that's all under Bothman. If there's a delay on that project, and it's because Verde made a mistake on the design, then Verde is going to really be the one on the hook. But as to Bothman, our contractor, they're going to say, hey, it was a delay, it was 30 days delayed, it was a design error that no one could have caught during pre-construction, but it's still an error on Verde. Therefore, district, you owe me those 30 days. That would be if it's a design problem. If instead, and both Verde and Bothman, don't get mad at me, I'm just using this as an example. If Bothman during construction gets delayed, even if it's a subcontractor problem, let's say the electrician can't put in the lights and they can't get done on time. Let's say it's a 30-day delay because it's their problem. They are liable to you for it. So they're going to, if we have liquidated damages, which we almost always do, they're going to pay 30 days worth of liquidated damages. Maybe there's some other costs that impact it. So I guess in that scenario, if something goes awry on that particular project, yes, one of those two are likely going to be liable for it, unless the district makes a change. We
So
don't.
would that be possible? Architect and LLB contractor be the same firm?
Nope. Not unless we go back to the design build. It would be a conflict of interest with a lease-back structure, your designer, your contractor to be the same entity. If we decide.
So for this lease-back, then where is the Greystone role in here?
in all of these, Greystone and district are interchangeable. We as a school district, rather than choosing to manage our own bond program internally, hire an external. Greystone, even though they're an outside company, in this model, they're part of the district. It's like the district bonds.
Correct.
So
So that's
all the delivery method, you have the CN, PM separated. You still have your district. So why is this one the different?
Because this is only about who they're contracting with. This isn't about how we're organizing our bond program. Phil's presentation is surely the lines show the lines of the contract.
But you look at the other delivery method, it's contracting still the district, but then there is a CM and PM over there. So why is this one is not?
all right.
That's what I think I refer to, because you have an LLB contractor, at least that's my
It's
understanding.
only in the design bid build. Phil, can you address that?
Yes. So I think you can see my arrow on the screen, hopefully. So that when we talk about Greystone's role, and Todd and Jamie, forgive me for what I'm about to say, to some extent, if you had your own staff, you wouldn't need them. I hesitate to ever use the word staff augmentation, but they are the district when it comes to the contractor, when it comes to the architect. They're your agent, they're your representative, they're managing your program for you. When it comes to how we buy the architect and how we buy construction, because that's what we're talking about here, how we're buying the design and buying the construction. They're helping you manage that. So I could put another line above district or off to the left and say, construction manager. I didn't in this context because the focus of this presentation is how are we buying the construction? How are we going to procure the construction? To be fair, one of the alternatives was to wrap architect and contractor together, and that's design build. And in one example was the CM multiple prime. You could actually do multiple prime without a CM. Nobody ever does that. So again, when you're worried about where Greystone is in this picture, they are part of this larger green square when we're talking about these two relationships, with one with the architect and one with the builder. So they are the district for this presentation.
So if you compare the design build page with these specs LLB page, they are basically similar, even though you call trade contractor, subcontractor, but in reality, it's just a formality of how this construction is structured with that lease back contract involved.
We don't have to-
Yeah, I just went back to it. This is design bid build with a general contractor. This slide is in essence the cut and paste, but I relabeled them.
You mentioned it earlier.
It's a general contract.
Yep.
Okay. I'm done.
Great.
So we're on the list of potential use.
We have, Phil, do you need to cover the skilled trained works?
Let me go through it just real fast so you know it exists in the world, and it'll only be one more minute. I know this is taking a little bit longer. There is a requirement in lease.
You are very optimistic.
I'm sorry?
You're very optimistic.
Yeah, I'm nothing if not optimistic. Real quickly on what we call skilled and trained workforce. It applies to lease back. It applies to design build. For our discussion purposes, let's just focus on the lease back. It requires a skilled and trained workforce be done on all projects. Now, of course, we all think skilled and trained is a specific thing. No, it's an exact thing. This is the definition from the statute. The only folks that can work on a lease back and design build project are either registered apprentices or skilled journey persons. To be a skilled journey person, you must have on-the-job experience or you must have graduated from an apprenticeship program. Here's the key. 60% of all these skilled journey persons must be graduates from an apprenticeship program. That's very hard to do in some parts of the state. For the visual learners, let me pull up this. This is the only way I can ever really fully understand it. All of the workers on the project are there. That little green bar box on the left are your registered apprentices. And here's your bigger blue box of all the folks that can work on the project that aren't apprentices. These are the journey persons. 60% of those must be graduates. In the Bay Area, that's less difficult. In the LA basin, it's less difficult. When you get into the foothills and you get into the valley in some areas, it's hard to find graduates. Although I'll be honest, a lot of contractors are pushing their workers to go through apprenticeship programs to become graduates. And yes, this is, to be fair, this is a conflict between union and non-union a little bit. But just so everyone knows, this is the contractor's problem. It's not your problem to make sure it happens. We do have to monitor it as a school district. It's pretty modest monitoring of it at the moment. But the contractors do have to comply with this. It's less of a heartache in the Bay Area. Some trades, it's difficult, don't get me wrong. But I do want to always spend at least a minute with it on my lease backs to my clients to let them know we are going to require this of the contractors. And sometimes it turns into a hiccup. Again, in the Bay Area, knock on wood, we haven't had that much problem with it. So that's it. And then again, with Jamie and Todd, these are the projects I think that Jamie and I emailed about a little bit last week on the ones that were at least, I think you guys are contemplating might be options for lease back, at least 3 of them for sure, and kind of the details on it. Now, for the moment, be quiet and maybe let Jamie or Todd kind of walk through them real quick.
I sure would. Here we are looking to use lease back for the HVAC and roof replacement project, the admin building window replacement project, the baseball facility improvement project. The above 2, the HVAC and the window replacement project, they both consist of long lead items. With the with these ongoing supply chain issues, to give you an example, right now, HVAC equipment, from the time submittals are approved and an order placed, you're talking 20 weeks to obtain the equipment. Roofing material right now is a 6 to 7 month lead time. With the use of the lease-back delivery method, being able to engage the contractor in pre-construction services would enable us to order that material now, procure that material now, so that we have it for a summer project. If I don't see the roofing and HVAC project or the window project being able to be addressed as a summer project without the use of this delivery method, because the lead times for those materials are too great. The other project that we have on here is the engineering classroom project. And as it says here, we have no current issues with that. That was as of last week. In talking with the train manufacturer for the HVAC equipment, once again, 20 weeks. In talking with Tremco about procuring roof materials, 6 to 7 months. I've changed my opinion on that, and I believe it's also necessary in order to make that a summer project. The baseball facility project is a little different need for that. The baseball facilities, you're constructing a synthetic field. There's a tall learning curve that comes with that, and using a lease-back delivery method for that allows you, the district, flexibility to evaluate the contractor on past experience, schedule process, and that can all be taken into account to give the district the best value in selecting a contractor with a proven track record for installing synthetic turf fields. So for that reason, we believe that would be the best fit for the baseball field.
Yeah.
Can someone tell me about the Saratoga High School softball field? We do the lease back. Who is the LLB contractor on that one?
I don't think we have that information. We would have to go back and research.
Okay,
I
yeah. they
recognize
should-
there's nobody in the room who was here for that.
Okay.
I was there, but I don't remember.
We were.
Okay, because that gave us a really bad experience. We have so many of the issue with that lease back was that specifically for the softball. So I wanted to avoid that, whatever we done it before like that. And then so hopefully we learned the lesson. And so I wanted us to look back to see who did that. We wanted to have a warning on, I would not approve that, whoever that LLB contractor for the Saratoga High School baseball.
So what would be the process for us to select the LLB contractor?
We just kind of covered that, right?
It's not,
That's what Phil just explained to us. I mean, I think the question,
There's an entire slide on it.
yeah,
right.
I think the question to start with is how much time, because you're talking about doing this for long lead times, how much time can we really save in the
Right.
process by doing this? Because if I look on here, you're talking about starting the bids in mid-February already. Are you thinking what, you could start bids a month earlier? How much can you really save by going through this process?
So usually the key is you have to wait for DSA approval to award a contract on a design bid build.
Right.
Then you have to wait for bonds and insurance. Then you can start your shop drawings and submittal process. With the lease-back, from the day you select your lease-back contractor, we can work on submittals and shop drawings and get those approved in advance. We can start our ordering process almost immediately on procuring materials. So on these projects, on the HVAC and roofing project, we're looking at a savings of 4 to 6 weeks, which is huge when we're looking at 5-month lead times. On the windows, it's about a 4-week plus advantage to go with the lease-back. On On the baseball field, it's not really about procurement. That's about finding somebody who's qualified and built successfully a number of fields because it is more of a specialized trade. And then on the engineering classroom, as Jamie mentioned, we kind of changed our mind on that one in the last week about updates on supply chain issues. So we were under the impression that supply chain issues were improving. That's been the message all the way through November. And then literally in the last 2 weeks, portions of the roofing system, specifically the fasteners, are at this point 6 months out. And HVAC units, we're being told 5 months. Now, whether that materializes or whether this is a marketing ploy, that's part of the construction business, and we'll just have to wait to see. But we're looking for every advantage that we can when we're trying to literally construct over a summer 10-week project. 4 to 6 weeks is a huge advantage.
And so the engineering, you're thinking how much? You said 6 weeks for the HVAC and 4 weeks for the windows. For the engineering, it's.
I think we're 4 to 6 weeks as well, because it's the same materials. It's roofing and HVAC units that we're concerned about the engineering classroom. The rest of the components are there are no lead time issues with. But for whatever reason, components of the roofing systems and HVAC units are the two most difficult supply chain issues that we're facing right now.
Okay. Yeah, Teresa.
Can we just take a time check right now, because we're running very late and I have a child that's been waiting and thinks I'm picking him up at 3:30, so that's not going to happen. So are we going to continue and plow through the rest of this agenda? So I need to take a break and make arrangements.
So can I just ask a really quick question?
Well, wait a minute, hold on. Let's get this resolved
I think
first.
we need to answer Teresa's.
Yeah, I do too. So what do you think we're at, Mike?
Well,
I don't know how we've gone through 2.5 hours like that, but
hopefully we're almost at the end of the lease back and can get direction on this. Then we have hopefully two quick action items. And then we have the safety plan. And then we have the educator effectiveness. So educator effectiveness has to go at this meeting, of the first read for next meeting. So I mean, my inclination, we have another meeting scheduled tomorrow. We have another meeting next week. I don't have much desire to schedule another meeting, just because of the amount of staff time consumed. I would rather get it done.
I just need to make arrangements.
With the caveat that I have a 4:40 hard stop time. I have to get up and leave.
okay.
I will be back. Go ahead and.
So I'll just ask you a quick
Well,
question.
because let's just keep going, Catherine, because otherwise you guys will keep asking
Yeah.
questions right through the 4:30. Yes.
Okay, somehow I think I'm missing some pages here, so that's why, but it's okay. So I'm looking at this lease and lease back potential use of district projects. So I'm a little confused. I think for, one section, it says issues addressed by LLP, then the Saratoga High School engineering classroom says no current issues. So that means we don't need the address.
Jamie and Todd just explained that. They said when the slide deck was created last week, they didn't have concerns about supply chain issues for
But
that.
now because the supply chain,
Because they're talking to people who've told them that the supply chain is not as clean or getting better like they thought it was. So
okay,
now they are concerned about supply chain.
okay. And then the second, so the second paragraph, on that page, on the bottom says, even so, for the issues identified below, I think you meant above, right? Because I was looking if there's anything below that.
Yeah, if I may, those bullet points used to be ahead of the table, then I moved the table up and obviously didn't change below to above. So that's my,
Okay, I just want to make sure if I'm missing.
yeah, no, there's nothing below. It should have said above.
So the other real question, I guess, is if we did say, yes, we want to do lease back on this because we get this advantage, you're commenting that they're relatively small construction projects. So are we going to have issues finding company that is going to be willing to do these as leasebacks? Because they're not really going to be very attractive from a size standpoint, or do you think is that going to be an impact or an issue for us?
I think that the projects are attractive. Certainly the HVAC and roof replacement is significant enough. We usually put a kind of a threshold for leaseback around the $3 million minimum. The one that might be less attractive would be the window project. That would be the only one that might not attract significant attention. Certainly the baseball field is large enough that it's going to attract plenty of attention, probably more than what we want.
So along with the same question raised by David, we are going to incur additional legal costs for the lease and leaseback, I think on our part, as well as on the whatever that contractor's part.
Phil offered to do it for free.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. I don't remember that discussion, but okay.
Isn't that, I think I saw a slide on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go through my slide deck, but I don't think it was there.
So I guess the question I have is, talking about being attractive to the potential contractor, will they be willing to pay the extra legal costs if it's more complicated?
Oh, they'll just pass it on to us.
So Phil, do you have any estimate of, what legal costs are incurred by doing a leaseback structure in general?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably look at it as hours spent, and if it was going to be that big of a change. I mean, there's legal expenses too, just going out to bid and working with Greystone, putting the documents together. That's a few hours. Putting together the leaseback RFQ and the leaseback documents. Perhaps it's an extra 5 or 10 hours over the course of the next month or two to pull that together. It's not drastically more. I will, keep my fingers crossed that any issues with the contractor would be less. We're no promises, but the idea that it would be less. So maybe you have to call me less during construction, and we're going to have less battles with the contractor moving forward. So I don't look at leaseback as an overall increase in cost on the legal side. Maybe a couple extra more hours up front because the documents are a little bit more complicated. But it's not night and day. It isn't like we're drafting this stuff without having templates. We have templates we start with. It only takes us an hour or two to pull them together for each individual project. Then we work with Greystone, then we put them out on the street. And then there's comments back from the successful contractor we might look at. That's really the only difference.
If we want to move forward with this, what's the next step?
The next step would be that we would prepare a resolution that the board signs off on the process. We have a scoring criteria and draft maximum points, et cetera. And again, we have really good forms for that. And it doesn't mean that we're committed to use leaseback for every project, or frankly, that you even have to use it. But I'll be honest with you, if we're going to go through the effort of doing the resolution, and these projects do lend themselves to it, I suspect staff is going to want to try to use leaseback on some, if not all of these. So that could be at the next board meeting. So.
Okay, that's my next question.
Okay, what we're seeking today is direction as to whether the board is comfortable with us proceeding. I didn't want to bring an action item without action.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, yeah, Teresa?
I'd like to ask Dolores, how do you feel about this process, the lease?
I've used it in the past, in past districts, and not had any issues, with any delivery process. There are a variety of different things that can help us. I'm comfortable with that.
So you would recommend that we move forward with that?
I am going to double down on Greystone's recommendation because I think with the lead time, if not, some of these projects would have to be, because of the type of project it is, have to be moved out to not just 4 to 6 weeks later. It's going to have to move a year later.
Yeah.
Based on the scope of the project and school operations.
No, so we just talked about how excited we were to be.
Yeah, I was gonna remind you of that.
So I guess maybe, in the interest, maybe of moving a little faster, are there any objections to doing at least providing the resolution at the next board meeting that would allow us to do lease back on at least one or more of these projects. I think that's a thumbs up, is not objection,
And then we are not committing ourselves to use this
not
moving.
by following that.
But I do want to, I thought I heard the number 3 million as like a threshold to make the project attractive, but I looked at the dollar amount of the ones listed here. Like, administration building at Los Gatos High
Yeah,
School,
that's the one.
it's only.
Right.
it's
Yeah, so
small.
that's what Todd had
I
mentioned.
just
Todd
said.
had said that 3 million is sort of your guideline
Right.
for
But it's
when
not.
lease back would be attractive.
Right,
And if you look at HVAC and the baseball field, no problem,
right,
right? And the engineering classroom, no problem.
right.
The administration building, he said, was the only one that he was a little bit concerned about, but it's still worth maybe making an effort because of the long lead times.
And
Is that a
this
fair summary, Todd?
Yes, sir. That's spot
will
on.
be Election process for the LLB contractor, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah.
So you guys are good with it?
I'm good with that.
So you got a
Do find out.
unified board saying, yeah, we will
To
have
find
that.
out who did our software.
Yeah, I do wanted to know who we work with for the LLB.
Yeah, and we'll look
I'm
at it.
sure we have that information. in our-
Saratoga High School softball.
Saratoga.
Girls softball, yes.
I'm sure we have that in our.
I think we use the same company.
We
but
can find it, I just.
Yeah, anytime things
Yeah.
come to, I thought it's a verdict also doing the LLB
No,
because.
it'll be good learning
Already-
experience, if I know what we did.
Verde does not do construction, they are design.
Okay, we got through that one.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm not being a good board president. Thank you very much, Phil, Todd, Jamie,
Thank you.
for spending the time with us and walking us through all of this stuff. We really appreciate that.
Pleasure.
And thank you.
Nobody's here.
Nobody's here.
Oh, yeah, call for public comments.
Nobody's here. No public
I
comment.
don't see any public comments.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
sorry, I gotta get back to the official agenda.
Action, yeah.
Okay, so next we're on to action
Action
items. And then we have another public comment on the action items. Seeing no public comment, we are on to item B, which is Measure E, dry code construction agreement for the Los Gatos High School baseball field netting project. So.
Yes.
Mike,
Jamie will be
Jamie's
introducing.
leading that, okay?
Yes, we had, on November 18th, we had 5 bids received for the Los Gatos Saratoga, the Los Gatos High School, the netting project. Dryco Construction was the apparent low bidder that was responsive and responsible. And we're making a recommendation that the board award a contract to Dryco in the amount of $293,745.
So move.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that?
It's just more expensive than the Los Gatos one.
This is the.
This is-
This is the Los
This is
Gatos.
the Los Gatos.
One?
This is the
It's
netting.
the lowest.
I
This
thought
is-
it was 274, maybe I was.
No,
looking
it's
at
the lowest
Saratoga one. I'm sorry,
Oh.
don't, just ignore me. I was looking at the wrong one.
Oh, okay,
It's the
Yeah.
lowest bid.
I think this is the company that done a lot of work for our district.
yeah,
The netting was.
But
okay.
all the contractor, their bids were,
They were
in that
pretty
range.
close. Yeah.
okay, this is the lowest. Okay, we're ready.
All right, I think we're ready. We need to do roll call, right? Because we got,
President Goodrich,
yes.
Vice President Hurtan,
Yes.
Clerk Zhang,
Yes,
sorry, Trustee Bond,
Yes.
and Trustee Chang.
Yes,
Okay, next is item C, Measure E, airtex.com incorporated agreement for the district-wide HVAC controls phase 2 project. That's also, Todd or
we
Jamie?
talked
Sorry.
about that day earlier.
this is.
Yes, and on November 16th, the district received 2 bids, one from AirTech, the other, well, I'm sorry, and AirTech was the lowest apparent bidder for that. We're asking that AirTech's contract be awarded in the amount of $239,255 for the phase 2 HVAC Pelican controls.
This is for the installation of the controls.
This is a Pelican.
So phase 1 was not the installation, this was.
But it was two separate contracts, phase 1 contract, phase 2
So this is installed that Pelican control.
controls for the HVAC systems.
And that would be reflected here. Added on.
Yeah, it's, we reviewed it.
Okay, so I make motion to approve this contract.
Peter, second. Any more discussion? I think we're ready to vote.
President Guidry,
Yes.
Vice President Curtan,
Yes.
Clerk Sang,
Yes.
Trustee Bond,
Yes.
Trustee Chang.
Yes.
Okay, so now we're on to report discussion items, safety planning update. I'm assuming that's what our core staff has been sitting here listening to all this other talk.
Before we start, I do want to thank Brian, Abra, and Alex for the presentation today, but as an additional thank you to Brian, who has taken the lead on this and a couple other facility-related things in the absence of the facility director. So I am going to turn it over to Brian and get on the right PowerPoint and ready to go.
All right, thank you, everybody. We'll try and save you some time.
Okay.
We'll try and save back some of your time. So what we're gonna do today is we're going to have Alex talk to you a little bit about Los Gatos' site safety plan. Last year, as you remember, in the school site council approval of the SIPSA, there's a part on there with our safety. And so Alex will talk about those goals at Los Gatos and what's been going on with regards to his specific site. And now Abra will follow Alex and do the same thing for Saratoga High School and talk about those goals. And then what I'm going to do at the end of that is I'm going to walk you through some of the training that we've done with our staff this year at both sites for the earthquake preparedness. And then also both of our sites have a long-term goal of developing 4 phases to an incident command system. And so we're in the process of building that this year and scaffolding that in. And so that's a little overview of what we're going to do. And so with that said, I will turn it over to Alex, and Alex can talk to you more specifically about Los Gatos High School's site plan and site goals.
All right, thank you, Brian. So what I've included in the presentation today basically is just a little context around the development of this plan, where we are right now, as well as our 3 major goals that we're focusing on at Los Gatos High School as part of the school site council approved safety plan, basically. So first of all, you're looking at the slide for the development and approval of plan. This plan, I won't read the entire slide to you, but it is an extension continuation of the plan that existed last year. And if you recall, how can we forget, right, with an abbreviated being physically on campus for an abbreviated amount of time, our safety plan was also a bit abbreviated as well. So it was really kind of building upon the goals that Adam Minyard, my colleague who's back in the classroom, has kind of developed, and expanding on some of them as well. Went through and presented this to our school site council on November 3rd. Had a great discussion with the members of school site council. The staff and parents and students gave me a lot of great feedback. It's kind of on the ground type feedback that really helped me develop some of the kind of fine-tune details of this plan. And after that discussion with the changes involved, this was signed and approved by Brian Rosenberg, the school site council president. So moving on to the goals themselves. Our goals that we're really focusing on, just a big overview: emergency preparation, of course, our incident command system, and then a new goal all around communication strategies. So goal number 1, to ensure Los Gatos High School is prepared in the event of a disaster or an intruder on campus. Obviously, there are a variety of situations, emergency situations, that a large comprehensive high school like Saratoga High School and Los Gatos need to be prepared for. Earthquake, fire, and a dangerous intruder are really the 3 big ones. So our first goal is really to be prepared, practice our drills, be prepared for our what we do as a school, both adults and students on campus, volunteers, accountability for all individuals, so that if there was an emergency, knock on wood, that, you know, the whole idea behind this obviously is to not have to think about what to do, that you practiced it in the form of a drill. So there's some automatic movement that happens. And so we have at Los Gatos High School had the luxury of, I think, 7 or 8 evacuations so far at the beginning of this school year. So we are very well versed in evacuating the campus and accounting for all of the individuals. In fact, we just had one last week where someone pulled one of the pull stations.
Right.
And we were able to evacuate the entire campus and have accountability for all of our staff and students and volunteers on campus within 15 minutes, which I think for a school that size is pretty good, especially since we have 2 different evacuation locations for our entire student body. We split half of everybody to go up front on the front lawn, and back half of the campus to evacuate to the football field in the back, simply for the management and the time it needs to account for everybody. Having everybody in one large group was a bit of a hindrance to that. So, you know, that is what our big goal is around emergency drills. We will be holding a campus intruder drill in the spring. That is my goal. That comes with a lot of concern around the anxiety that brings to students and staff on campus. And I want to be really sensitive to that. In the past several years, we have kind of accomplished this by providing a video for all staff and students to watch. I get a little nervous about that. I think it's great information, but I do, again, fall back onto the we have to practice like we want to play. And with recent news, very sad recent news in this country around yet another school shooting, I think it's very, very important that our campus is prepared on what to do when we physically practice. It comes with a lot of work and coordination and kind of throwing out basically a whole period or a half a day, which I think is a valuable time to accomplish this. We'll continue to, and another drill that we've already accomplished, we did do our great shakeout drill, which is an earthquake drill back in October 21st. So we've completed that one as well. And then every single time the fire alarm goes off, that is our time to practice our fire drill procedures. All right, goal number 2 is continue to support and refine our incident command system. The incident command system basically is a breakdown, a flow chart of roles and responsibilities of key adults on campus in the case of any emergency. Who is the incident commander? Who are they communicating with? Who's in charge of search and rescue? Who's in charge of maintaining the different groups of students on campus? Who's in charge of social emotional support, first aid, et cetera? So we've developed, as part of the actual safety plan itself, we have an incident command system flow chart that we have with all of our current roles and responsibilities and updated individuals that are on there. Part of the good feedback that I received from our school site council was really thinking about what to do when somebody's asked, who's the backup and who's the backup to the backup, which then gets pretty deep into our personnel system. So that was some really good feedback that helped, I think, bolster our incident command system. And then moving on to goal number 3. This is a new goal for us, is developing and ensuring a swift and informative communication strategy to inform students, staff, and families of critical details in an actual emergency. We're really, and have been already, as a parent, you may have already seen the Parent Square messages that we send out whenever the alarm goes off. This is our way of practicing, creating basically templates for certain situations. So the message does not have to be created in the moment, but creating templates that then we can send out to staff, students, and family that give them critical information in the middle of a possible emergency. We have been practicing that every single time the alarm goes off. Again, we've had lots of practice with this, is sending out a message to inform families, inform students. Here's what's going on. This is the time that it occurred. And then again, informing them with another template message about we have found this to be a false alarm where there is no danger, students are heading back to their third grade class on way. So that is our 3 big goals that we are working on this year for our school safety plan. Know if you wanted to take questions at the end, or if we wanted at the, or based on my
Let's do
individual.
them at each school, if that's okay.
Well, I was gonna say at the end, because we're gonna cover some of the same things, possibly, like they're very similar. It would also save you some time so you can get to that agenda item.
Well, but this one we don't want to save time on. We want this to be the most thorough presentation we have of the year, because this is the most important in my mind, in keeping our kids safe, so. We'd like to hear it all. And I'm willing to sit here as long as it takes to do that, so. Please don't feel like you have to rush.
Okay, I do think maybe, I don't know, I'm not gonna get to decide on when we ask questions.
I'm gonna let Brian, he's leading the discussion, so it's his call.
Yeah, I think what we can do, there is a lot of overlap between the sites and some of the goals. So if you do have questions on them, if you write them down on the side, and then we can take the time at the end and go through them. And because I think I will be answering a lot of those questions too when I do my portion of the presentation on the training component. So for example, Alice was talking about ICS, and Gabriel will also talk about ICS, and then I'll show you what ICS training looked like, what we did with our staff. It'll give you a better kind of understanding of how it played out. And so I think we might be able to hit some of those questions. So Gabriel, if you want to go ahead and transition into
Absolutely.
Saratoga.
Thank you all. I'm an office assistant principal, Saratoga High School. So our safety plan goal number 1, first of all, we do have 3 goals presented. And as my colleague, Mr. Chapman, shared, these goals are part of our SIPs, as they are also embedded into the comprehensive school safety plans. The CCSPs are a legal document we must carry at each school site that are presented then to you, the board, in March. And the State Department of Education does send us regular legal updates about what is to be included. The last major change was in 2019. Again, that was prior to this pandemic situation. So we are anticipating potentially more things down the road in terms of actual firm changes into those plans that school sites must adapt and overcome and utilize. So these are living, breathing documents. This is, again, a snapshot of that big safety plan and the SIPSA, which references the safety plan. You can tell I like this work and I have experience in this arena. So I'm ready to share. Some of our goals are a little bit different than Los Gatos's. We're in a little different spots, but we're working together to build and grow. And I think it's really fantastic that we've partnered up. So our safety plan is our safety plan goal number 1 is a reference from fall 20 and school year 2021. And if I could give this one a word, it's going to be change, right? So we are changing with the dynamic needs of this pandemic that it's presenting on our campuses in terms of testing, in terms of responding, in terms of how we're tracking our students and staff, what the rules are tomorrow versus what they were last week, and what maybe the league is going to present for us the next week. So we have created and are continuing to create COVID-related safety plans that I know my previous colleagues and current colleagues worked hard on last year, as I did in my previous district. And those return to learn, return to school models, again, are still a part of our post-current pandemic work right now on our campuses. We are creating, like I said, safe spaces for all cohorts and activities that require students' physical attendance on campus. We are tracking the number of students and staff who contract COVID-19. That hasn't changed. That's still a goal. We still need to address it. We are creating, again, in changing how the safety plans look on the campus in terms of physical distance, in terms of masking, in terms of what activities are deemed safe today. And it's nice, it's really wonderful when we do stop and look around a crowded quad and see kids enjoying being back. That's been such a nice gift for us this fall, given what we've just come out of, right? Or pushing our way out of. Additionally, our second semester plan. So now we've talked about like getting our students back physically, making sure we're tracking the COVID cases and quarantining and doing all the things. We also have to look at the social emotional part. And so that's a component of this goal as well as another goal of ours. So our Speak Up for Change Week is a really, really amazing opportunity for our students in leadership to do a lot of promotion around student health and wellness and topics that are important to kids. And so our activities director and the students are planning a lot of work around that the last week in January. I know previous initiatives were things like unity and community, hand in hand. Living for learning activities is another thing that the leadership students and other students and folks on campus are looking at in terms of jumping into fall 2022 with in terms of really addressing student social emotional needs, not only on our campus, but outside of our campus. And given all the changes that are occurring in terms of this pandemic response with whether it's through colleges, the workplace, their home life, et cetera. Parent education nights also with our PTSO are another main part of this. So we all talk about initiatives and they're only as good as how we communicate them. And so if our families don't know what we're doing and they don't have the opportunity to learn, we haven't done what we need to do. Our second goal, if I could give this one a name, it is communicate. So social emotional learning, it's an important component to increase our students' well-being and agency in learning. So 2021 and now in 21-22, we are coordinating with Los Gatos and the district in developing specialized curriculum in the areas of equity, race, issues of tolerance, culture of consent. We've talked about advisory and whether it's our district management meetings at our sites with our teachers union and our support staff. And we are working with all parties to just find the best way to really push those lessons out and to make sure we're supporting our teachers and designing how those lessons are presented out. We're working with Dr. Spling and that initiative. If you want to go up, the WeTip line is something that we've implemented that on our site, what we're doing is when we meet with students, we make sure they're aware that exists. A lot of things, again, I will say, oops, I went too far, tend to fall off in terms of lack of communication in my experience. And so the last piece of that, if you look at the very bottom, we talk about therapeutic services. I can't tell you how many times I've sat in meetings, our board meetings here, board meetings next door, where board members, parents ask, how do our students know how to receive therapy services on campuses? So we have to make sure we're walking the correct line and sharing what therapeutic services are available, how a student accesses our wellness centers, and what is our need for that support, right? And are we looking at who's coming in and what services we're providing? Are we changing our services based on student need? Is it student need driven? And that's something, again, we're addressing, as well as our resources. Our webpage now has a broader scope of all things regarding mental health issues and concerns. And again, it goes back to communicating and making sure our students know how to get the support and can do it in a safe, quiet way if they choose, and can do it in a very loud, open way if they choose, right? My last one, number 3, I would call this one practice. So over half of our students returning to campus this fall have never experienced site-based earth fire evacuation drills, run, hide, defend drills, which my colleague Mr. Chapman referenced, and I know Mr. Thompson is going to speak about as well. In the fall, our staff and students will participate and have participated in a fire drill, an evacuation phase 1, an earthquake drill, and an evacuation phase 1 and 2. Through those evacuation drills and the fire and earthquake drills, we started to model out our ICS system, our incident command system, which is modeled after the national system, after NIMS, and it's supported by local law and fire department agencies. And we've all had that training, and it's our job to train the staff and make sure they understand how ICS works for smooth safety response and protocols on our campus. Take it away, boss.
Thank you. Good job.
Hey, thanks.
So at the beginning of the year, I don't know if you know, but we have to do a fire drill the first 10 days of school when we have kids back. So we did several. Yeah.
Los Gatos beat us.
Yeah, we had our schedule. They just jumped ahead. And so we do it the first 10 days, and that's where we get to practice our just traditional evacuation. Like if you have to get out immediately, where you go. And so we start that off on the first 10 days. Both schools do that. Both schools work with their local fire departments and make sure that we have the support for that event. The other thing that's referenced is in October, both sites participate in Great California Shakeout. I don't know about you, but I remember '89 and what it's all about. And so it's interesting because last year during COVID, we put together a presentation for the kids, and they at Los Gatos and Saratoga, the kids really don't know a lot of those things. So last year we put 7 or 8 videos together for the kids. Like, what do you do if you're on the toilet and there's an earthquake? What do you do if you're in a car and there's an earthquake? What do you do if you're at the park? What do you do if you're disabled in a wheelchair and you experience an earthquake? And then of course, what do you do in school when you have an earthquake? And so we did that one last year, but what I want to show you is that this year we kind of modified it a little bit, and both Los Gatos High School and Saratoga followed this. And I know my slide, when you get to the next slide, it says Saratoga High School, but we both edited it for our school site. So it's the same presentation that we did for each community. And this is just a little bit of background for the kids. This was given to our staff, given to the students. It went out through Parent Square, and the kids can click on the link, research the California Great Shakeout, the history of it, and get some general information. So this is a little background for them. And then the next slide talks about drop, cover, and hold. And so we actually have our teachers practice that with the students in the classroom. And this is the presentation that the teachers then use with our students prior to the drill. So the kids had a chance to see this and practice it. And if we go to the next slide, it's just, again, a quick summary of drop, cover, hold. And then I don't need to go through each one, but just kind of the teachers are reiterating that with the kids. They're modeling it for the kids so that when we get into the actual drill, it's done. And so the next one I put in there because of my personal story. Actually, I thought it was awesome because in '89, I'm watching the World Series and it hits and I went to the door jam, right? And I went to the door jam and the house went way right and I went right with it and the beam across the middle of the home separated and I was like, oh my goodness, I'm probably not in the best spot. So then I ran. And so when I was a kid, they always taught us, at least my mother did, she said, go into the door jam. And so I put this on there because personally, we don't want to do that. So don't go into the door jam, head for the doorway and find the safest spot. Now there's a video for the kids. It's a 1:17 video. We're not going to watch it right now, but we played it for the kids, showed them how to do it, and then we cut them loose and we practice. Now, what's happening at both of our sites is we each have fire drills. We each have earthquake drills. What you're hearing from us is we want to expand. What do we do if we have another '89 earthquake and we're emergency responders on our campus for the next 12 hours? And that's the big issue. What if, right? We all are really good at getting out of the classroom, but what if we have to stay and what do we do? And so what we are starting to do is we're starting to develop phases of an incident command system, and we're scaffolding that out with our staff. And so at Saratoga, we got a little head start to figure out some of the bumps in the road. Los Gatos is going to use this in the second semester. And so what will happen is this school year, Saratoga will get through phase 1, 2, which we've already done. And then next semester, we're going to do phase 3 and phase 4. I'll explain to you what those phases are in a moment. Los Gatos this year is going to get through phase 1 and phase 2. And then in the fall of next year, reiterate it at the beginning with the fire drill, phase 1, phase 2, and then build in phase 3 and 4. And the goal is by the middle of next school year, both sites will have all of the students, all of the staff trained on all aspects of it. Full evacuation, full state incident command system, where we all are emergency responders for our students. And there's a lot of work that has to go into that. And so what I wanted to show you is, and by the way, we'll have a safety committee at each of our schools that we're creating with our staff that's certificated and classified administrators that want to participate on this to help think of all the little details. There are a lot of little details that go into the plans for each of our sites. And so what I want to show you is what did we do with training our staff? And, the first thing is evacuation phase 1, and it's simply a review. Like the next slide is a map of Saratoga High School to give you perspective. What do we do on a fire drill? What do we do on an earthquake drill when we have to evacuate? You can see it's color coordinated into 3 locations. I've got my little red thing here. You can see at Saratoga, for those of you that the science wing, it used to go on the softball field. We can no longer use the softball field because that unfortunately will be what we're going to call our morgue in a real situation if we had like a big earthquake and if there were anybody who passed away in an accident and we had to get those people there, or if someone's injured and then they pass away, our first aid station, incident command system has a morgue location. And so that is going to be hours at Saratoga High School. So what we did is we moved our science wing away from the softball field and we slid them down to this portion of the upper field you can see there. We took the middle of campus in purple and we dropped them down to this side of the upper field. So that is new for us this year, but the reason we did it is we're thinking about phase 2, 3, and 4 down the road. There are signs out there on the fence now. If you walk on our campus, you can see the signs that are there based on, not personnel, based on geography of classrooms. So it's the classroom number. So if we have teacher changing year to year, you don't have to make changes to the evacuation plan necessarily because of that. And you can see the green and kind of the yellow. This half of our campus ends up on the lower field where the athletic entrance is down here. And we have that other entrance on our campus here. So we have two sides of the lower field that students and staff can enter into. And so as Alex mentioned, at Los Gatos, they have 2 evacuation sites. At Saratoga, we have 2 evacuation sites. This is phase 1. Get out of the classroom, get to your evacuation sites, take attendance, take roll. We're really good at that. Both of our sites are very good at doing that process. And so what we want to do, and if we can just go to the next slide before I get into phase 2, just kind of gives you, I already showed you kind of the upper field. This is the lower field. You can see that each classroom is assigned a specific yard marker on the lower field. And on the upper field, we have signs because we don't have yard markers. But on the lower field, we have yard markers. So we assign the teacher, the classrooms to those locations. And they're actually lined up on the red track. They're not on the green of the field. That's why in brown, you can see the numbers are there. The teachers are standing with their backs to the field and the kids line up from the field to the bleachers. And the reason we're doing that is because for phase 2 of the evacuation, everybody who's on the upper field is going to end up on the lower field with this group. Okay, so for phase 1, we have 2 separate spots. I need the middle of this field open right now because if this is an emergency and we have to stay a long period, like 6-7 hours, I need the kids from up top to come down here. And I'll show you in phase 2 how that looks when we get to this map again. Okay, so that's the reason why it's done like that. If we go to the next slide, we have a lot of learners who are not visual. They want it kind of exactly mathematical right here. And so this is the exact same thing. So it's just telling the teachers, if your classroom is the TDC, for example, you're on the 10-yard line on the visitor side. The psychologist is in the end zone on the home side, right? And so I had to teach people what an end zone was. You can't take that for granted. Not everybody knows. I had to teach people what a home side and a visitor side was. I had to teach people what a yard marker was. Like the academic vocabulary for a lot of our staff members, not everybody has that language. And so we need to make sure that we teach it to everyone. When we go to our next slide, you can kind of see the upper field. I told you there were signs on the upper field. This is where like our soccer teams are playing lacrosse, field hockey, right? Yeah, and so up on the upper field by the library, and you can see the signs, and they're all posted out there. The next time you're on a walk on our campus, you can see them. We had them made this summer, so be ready to go. And so it was really helpful for our teachers to be able to see this and line up. Now, that's our phase 1, and we needed to be able to do that really well so we could do phase 2. Now, phase 2 is where we start thinking, oh my goodness, this is a bigger problem. We need to stay on campus for a long time. We need to get ready to be on campus. What do we do? So the area captains in each area will all be the incident command center. And I'll make an announcement because I'll be working with police and fire that we're going to be there for a long time. And so we'll say we're initiating phase 2. And Abra is our area captain on the upper field. She was able to practice this year with our staff. So let's look at phase 2. We call it the handoff, right? So when you look at the next slide, this is a visual of the upper field. It's the same thing, except what I did is I color coordinated for our staff members to see who their partners are going to be. You can see like MM1 and SO3, right? And 1010. You can see these are classrooms who are going to hand off their particular students. So if I'm in MM1 and I take attendance, I've already turned it into my area captain. There's an announcement that it's phase 2. I'll go to my partner and say, here's my roster. Everybody was here. I'm leaving. See you later. She's now responsible for 2 classrooms instead of 1. So I'm an individual teacher. I am needed to do what's called search and rescue. When we have an accident on campus, we need to evaluate what buildings are down, where is there water damage, where is there possibly gas damage. This is a survey. We call it in phase 2, it's search and rescue. But it's not the search and rescue where we're getting inside buildings. It is a survey of campus so that that information can get back to incident command. Incident command is where we're going to talk to police and fire if they're able to arrive. If they're not able to arrive, we're on our own. Incident command still needs to know so we can react accordingly. And so if we go to the next slide, you can kind of see like the teachers, so MM1 to MA2. And then the goal is to create a system that's permanent. You'll notice there are teacher names, right?
Yeah.
This is all based on geography. So this is who is going to be on the upper field and all the classrooms, who's my neighbor partner, right? MM1 is next to MM2 or MA2, so they're going to be partnered up. I'm going to pass my class. 503 to SO1, that's the engineering lab. And I did put in parentheses the teacher names. And when I train the staff next year, I'll just change the teacher names to whomever is in that geography, right? And so the idea is we want to develop a system that's permanent for both school sites based on geography and room locations. We can alter, like I have a physically disabled staff member in one of my locations, right? Of course, I take that into consideration. He will not be on a search and rescue team because he can't get down there. And so even though he's in the spot, I do take into consideration who's handing a class to another. You know, it's not strictly, it's my neighbor. It might be, I'd love to give it to Abra, but she's in a wheelchair, she can't get out there. So, you know, there might be, we do consider staff needs when we look at this. So the next slide, what happens is we get into search and rescue. So what this slide is right here, you're looking at, these are the teachers who hand it off. So if I was MM1 right here and I handed my classroom to Abra, Alex is SO3 and he handed his classroom to Cynthia. Now, Alex and I, we are both the red team. So he and I are going to be here, right? And I actually made it pink because if you remember our evacuation map, it goes based on color coordination, right? And so now we are the pink team, so we know the area that we're supposed to search on campus. And so what we've done is we've created a team of 4 individuals that are going to divide our campus into 4 parts. I have 16 teachers who handed their classrooms off, 16 teachers that are part of search and rescue that are going to go through campus and figure out where the highest needs are. Now, what we tried to do is we map this out so that one person in each group knows CPR, first aid, search and rescue in case, right? While they can't go inside the building, if they do see a student or a staff member that's injured, hurt, passed out, we need someone to stay with a student or human if they can, right? And so there's all sorts of questions staff has during the training on that, but that's the idea, why you want to start with at least a team of 4 and then you kind of whittle your way down as they're searching through campus.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
So, and it's interesting too, because we talked a bit about ICS and how it's built, but what Brian's sharing is that phase 2 is the survey really informs phase 3 and 4, right? So the work that they bring back to us or not work, I mean, it either creates work or it doesn't, but that work chart that you will see as we build this plan further with our partners next door and for the DO itself, an organization chart for ICS has sections for Dolores, it has sections for Jane, it has different boxes in terms of who's in charge of the finances. If we're going to be on our campuses for 72 hours, we have to make sure we are taking, we are doing time cards for our employees. And there's this whole model for how finance works. There's a whole model about transportation, is food services involved. So there's all these little different, not too many, but there's enough where it's manageable for the 4 admins and other staff on our site to then oversee a certain section of that as based on what they bring back to us, right? And this is really that moment. So as we move into phase 3, I thought I could share that about the chart.
Yeah. So if you can imagine Abra standing out on the upper field, the teachers hand off their classrooms, they come in their colors to Abra, they check in with her, and then she says, go to your color areas. And then those 16 staff members go here. They go back through and they survey. And as they're surveying, they're taking notes on the documents that we created for them. and they bring that information back to Abra. She is the area captain of that location. They will bring it to her. She will then analyze it and then relay that information to me as incident command.
You relay it to them, first
Police and
responders,
fire.
you know.
And it, once they come, or I might not be able to, and that's where we get into phase 3. I may not be able, we have to assume when we're not going to be able to use police and fire, we have to assume we're going to use our personnel, which means that once Abra gives me that information, I need to be able to disseminate that in phase 3. And so let's hold on to that for a moment, and we'll talk about what phase 3 will be in a second. And so the other part of phase 2, and this is the checklist for the teachers, kind of an example for you. The teachers go through, check their rooms, and you can just kind of slide through those, Dolores, until we get to evacuation phase 2. So after Abra sends the teachers to go survey, she then turns to all of the classes who are doubled up with the teacher. One teacher for 2 classes. What do we do with them? We cannot have them stay in their original location. They have to do a second evacuation. All of these students are going to go to the lower field, and that's what we're going to look at. You can see this slide shows you the classrooms that are partnered up. So one teacher is responsible for those 2 classrooms. And so these teachers are going to go to the lower field when Abra lets them out. And we created an accordion style release where we strategically put these classrooms on the upper field, and we have a way that we release them to the lower field so they flow perfectly. And so when they flow from the upper field, the order that they leave the upper field is the exact order that they're going to land on the lower field. And so when we go to the next slide, you can kind of see the visual. You can see like 504 and 505, they're here. They were one of the first ones out, right? And then they're going to come in. And so the last people off of the upper field would be like here, 703, 704, and then this group down here. I can't really read it. My eyes are blurry. But you can kind of understand why we wanted the first phase for the teachers to be on the red part of the track, because we need the middle of the field here. Now, this happens, the survey's happening. This is phase 2 of the evacuation. We go get an evaluation of our campus. We have a second evacuation, and then we're going to get into phase 3. And at Saratoga High School, we've practiced this already this year for phase 1 and phase 2. And at Los Gatos, they're going to do phase 1. They've already done it, but they're going to implement phase 2 for second semester with their staff and figure that piece out. Now, at Saratoga, we're going to start phase 3 next semester. Phase 3 is, okay, the whole school's right there, right? Now what we're going to do is another handoff. We're going to divide staff up into multiple groups. The staff is going to go into an attendance like release area. So if you're familiar with Saratoga, you know the main entrance of the campus is here and it's gated off, right? This would be our release to parents. So parents would come in, they would check in with attendance, and attendance would be able to know exactly where the classes are based on our map. We have a printout of all of our students' schedules, all of their emergency contact information, and it goes with attendance out to the field right here. And so if a parent, if I came to get my son, they would be able to look him up right there. It's alphabetical. They would know what room number that he was in the drill, where he's located. They could send a runner, and we'll have runners with paper slips go to the spot, grab my son, bring him over here and check him out to whomever's checking him out, right? And so it all kind of unfolds nicely when you get them there. Now, the reason that we kept everybody there is because on the upper field, that's going to be where we have our first aid. That's where we're going to have the morgue on the softball field. And that's also where operations is going to be located. The maintenance team during this time, they're going to be over on the other side of the softball field. And the maintenance team, we've already practiced with them 3 times this year as well. So they already have an idea of what they're going to do. Now, teachers will go to the maintenance team. I'll have to handpick teachers who are comfortable mechanically working on things. And so they will partner up with our maintenance crew to be able to turn off the gas line, turn off the water line, right? Anything facility-wise that they're going to need help with. that's what they would do. And so there are going to be a lot of staff members who, for phase 3, when we divide up, are doing jobs that they've never done before. And when that happens, we're also going to have staff members responsible for watching 3 classrooms at a time. And we're going to practice as if cell phones don't exist, radios don't work, and we literally are going to have human beings be called runners, and they're going to communicate via paper what to do if we have all communication knocked out in an emergency. Hopefully we'll have our cell phones, hopefully we'll have the radios still work, but if neither works, we need to communicate between the different locations. So Abra, I would send a runner to Abra and say, or she would send someone to me, and let me know that they had 15 students that are medically injured. And then I would send a runner to attendance and let attendants know, hey, I've got these 15 kids, they're not with classes, they're with first aid. So if a parent comes, you can't check them out. So we'd be able to communicate, and then that runner would come back to me. So that's kind of the idea for phase 3. Now, phase 4 is a full implementation where we actually get students, we plant them on campus, we get parents to participate and come check out their kids. And so phase 4 is a full practice of all of this. And so that's what we're trying to do district-wide for both sites, is to be able to be ready in case our teachers are there. And it's been insightful because a lot of teachers forget that they are mandatory emergency responders. And so it's important that we all are on the same page with that.
Can I add to that one piece? Santa Clara County Fire did come out and support our drill. I want to say our first drill.
Yeah, they were there with us.
Yeah, and so they're our local agencies are really involved in this process and supporting us in that work, which is nice. It doesn't always happen.
So that's kind of the big thing. And I know on safety plan as a district, you're used to like a safety plan that as part of it lists a bunch of things like, what do you do in a bomb threat, right? What do you do in case of a flood, like at the school? What do we do for power when power goes out? That is still our district safety plan. But in the safety plan for the district, there will be an appendix this year, and the appendix will have both of our site plans. So what we're doing with you today is showing you how our site plans have changed, what we're working on, so that later in the school year, when you look at the overall district safety plan, a lot of it's the same. There will be a new format this year. I went to a county training and the county gave us a new format to use. What we used to do and how we formatted it, we're not allowed to do because we have more than 2,500 kids now. So there was a rule change. And so you'll see a new format later in the year. But a lot of that information is standard because every school has to do that. What's not standard are the site plans as individually based. And so this is where you'll see the largest change in the overall district safety. And that's why we wanted to preview it with you today, let you understand what we've been working on so that when we get to it in the safety plan, you'll kind of understand what we're doing and what we've been working. So that's all I have. I know you might have questions specifically for Los Gatos, for Saratoga, or as a whole. And I don't know how you want to do this, David.
Well, Cynthia will always go first, so.
I just have some a quick one.
Okay.
I really appreciate the detailed planning both sides have put into this about the earthquake. In light of what happened last week, I'm just wondering, just an overview, like what kind of plans we have if we have somebody.
Sure.
to our
So
campus?
yeah, what we have each school site, now Alex mentioned, he's going to be doing a run and defend full training second semester. We've already done that at Saratoga in the first semester. We had the barricades in the classroom. We had our school resource officer come out, train the staff. There was a video that we watched of the teachers training the kids. And then we went ahead and we actually practiced it and we checked all the classrooms. We looked for the internal barricades. So we have practiced that.
Right, so that will also be listed
Yes.
in our overall safety plan, because if I'm a parent, I understand earthquake is coming sooner or later, that's what we've been hearing,
Yeah,
but then you hear the news about somebody coming to school, so that will be their priority.
Yes, run and
concern.
defend is one of those components that's mandatory in the district plan, district safety plan. And so that'll be an area that is included.
And just so you know also that previous years, it was referred to in our, there were different ways that the police would train our schools, whether it was Code Red or Some of Nine, there were these different little tricks they would use.
Yeah.
Now it's very open, it's called Run, Hide, Defend or Run, Hide, Fight, depending on what side of the country you're on. And our police department in our county, all the chiefs work together, they build this presentation. It is available on both San Jose PD and the sheriff's sites to just see. So it's not something we hide from families. So that is something we do add and share. It is, again, per the law, I want to say the law changed in 2019, that we have to have a tactical response to any kind of potential school shooting threat. And so that we have to show we have that plan. And so we take what the police provide us and train our staff
Yeah,
accordingly.
it would be helpful to be posted on our website, so in case any parents wanting to check it out.
And then one of the things too, I will say that we always, when we build a site safety plan and a district safety plan, there are certain things through the years we've redacted. Because you don't want to share everything, right? You don't want to share maybe where a secondary
Yeah.
location is for evacuation.
Yes,
So
yes.
however, this plan that, like I said, the Police Chiefs Association created a few years back, this updated plan
Right.
does share everything we need to share with the public and with our students.
And that was brought up in the county training that I went
Makes
to.
sense.
They want us in the safety plan, a little less is more. They want it to be public and know that we have this documentation, but on the same token, you'll see that it's more like a little narrative paragraph for each section now, whereas past, our district safety plan was 120 some pages long, right?
Yeah.
The county really is asking the school districts to shrink that down and give a little bit of less is more in each area so that people are not aware of all of those little details.
Yes.
And what's been interesting over the years as being an administrator in K through 12 at this point is how this guidance from emergency personnel has shifted as the years have gone by based on other incidents and other schools and other school districts. There's a lot of learning that happens, a lot of information that then guides what we do. So we're getting very much updated guidance from emergency personnel based on recent events.
Thank you.
Can you get that yearly? You guys got to turn.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, all of this
Yes.
is yearly. So the earthquake or the fire drill at the beginning is always yearly. Earthquake, we do in October now, so that's yearly. And then the run, hide, defend, we always do in the first semester at
You guys
Saratoga.
do.
At Los Gatos, they had also done it in the first semester in previous years. This year, their law enforcement agency is a little bit different. And so in Los Gatos in the past, they haven't, the police haven't required to come in and do the death like at our site. And so that's what Alex was saying. They're making a change with their law enforcement this year. And so they're gonna come in and work with Alex and actually do the full practice, similar to what Santa Clara County Sheriff's does at Saratoga.
Well, and that is upon my request, not upon what I'm being told by Los Gatos law enforcement.
Right, and then I will say, trustee Bond, the other piece of that, we do get that training yearly through them. So when we partner with our law enforcement partners at our sites, they give us the updates and then either they present it out to the staff on their own or they partner with us. That's typical here as it is around our
The
city.
consistency makes me
Absolutely.
feel very good. Thank you
Absolutely.
very much for saying that. I want to point out a couple of things. In your slide deck, the half of the students have been through this slide. I think it's such valuable information. And for instance, most of us presented to Saratoga mayor and city council to try and convince them to keep the SRO. And that type of information, the way you put it, is so valuable to, to be able to point out and that they realize that, half the student body hasn't been through this before they landed on campus where normally it's just a quarter, right? Or less.
Yeah, the other half hadn't done it in close to 2 years.
That's right.
They're not gonna run it.
That's right. So it's good. I like the fact that you may have changed the wording a little bit from active shooter to intruder. I think that's good, or a hide defend. As a parent, I'd like to see the right run hide defend video so that I am sync with what my child's being trained to do, because if it has changed, is what you said, right? I looked at it 4 years ago. So the one thing I took away from that is when they come out, if they're in that where they come out, they need to have their hands where they can be seen and they should not be touching their cell phone. So
And then one of the
remember that.
things, that's, you bring up a wonderful point, because having been at a site where that situation did occur, there was a weapon on campus. It was really shocking to the parent community that students were walking out with their hands up. to us in the room, if we have that knowledge, it's not, I mean, it's always going to be shocking, but we're also going to know what's coming and understand it. I also, in terms of the changes, we can follow up and send the
Great.
stuff your way. One of the changes I know Alex referenced is the police response to an active shooter on a campus has changed through the years from waiting it out to going in and mitigating the situation, which is a term for eliminating the target, the target's the shooter. So that's a real change, and it's a change that does in fact decrease the casualty numbers in
I think that's
horrific situations.
We definitely.
Yeah.
As a board to know that what process that you're working off of, and what you've been doing. So
Yeah.
thank you for sharing.
To Abra's point, the officers say, if they're the first officer on site, you're no longer allowed to stay. That officer has to go in alone because the data says that the shooting will stop within less than 1 minute upon the arrival of that first officer, if the officer leaves. And so they no longer wait, like she said, they're solo, they go.
Does an SRO assist them or not?
If they're on campus, yes, and if they're off, what they would do is, and I just kind of seen this through the years too, if they're at another site or they're doing something else, if an SRO isn't in that physical space, because they're attached to a school or a district, they get an alert from dispatch that something's happening on their campus. And so one of the stats the police, San Jose PD, and Los Gatos and the sheriffs used to share the last few years is what Brian just mentioned, that if for school shooting events, once law enforcement arrives on the scene, there are 3 things that occur. That no more students are harmed or adults. So the shooter stops shooting. He may harm himself, or the police may in fact, unfortunately, shoot him as well. But their presence, and that's something else for you in terms of when we have to speak with the city in terms of continuing their contract. That's a stat that the police are really proud of. That once they get there, everything is done. There's no more. But it's them being there and being available, and then again making contact. So yeah, so if our SROs are not on our site, the first responding officers will in fact address them, because in a lot of ways, as you know, our SROs have relationships with their students. They know who they are. They have different knowledge of potentially what's occurring. So they are brought in. If they're not there at the
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I know we're out of time, but we aren't using lockers right now, is that correct? Or are we using lockers? And they're using them right now?
We do, to be honest, I think less than 20% of our students use lockers.
Students are assigned a locker in areas, so we're able to look up exactly, if you walk in, I can look up and tell you which locker is yours.
And I'm gonna ask 2 questions that are not things. What are we finding and how are we finding
Oh, currently?
currently?
We haven't found any weapons this year on our current students. We had the intruder the other day that came into campus and had raped a little guy about that long. That situation that she left on the counter in the classroom, but we aren't finding weapons at our school this year.
The only weapon that we have found on a student this year has been a folding knife that was accidentally left in the student's backpack. The search for the backpack was for a different reason, which turned up a knife which was left over from the weekend's camping trip. It was not part of the original reason why we were searching for the student. To answer your question though, how are we finding these? It goes back to, if there is a concern, if we do find that a student has drawn a picture, left a note, said something of concern, behaviors that are of concern, that will sometimes warrant a search of the student, their car, their locker if need be, but we aren't doing a regular scanning for weapons. Our students don't walk through metal detectors. We don't do, here's a group of students where we're going to randomly search just to, hopefully identify a weapon. That's just not our practice.
I will add to that, we all, though, as a team, an administration team at both sites are, trained in looking for behaviors that are concerning, for flags that pop up, for, we know to consult with our law enforcement partners if those flags keep popping up in a day and we're not quite sure they're going away, right? Additionally, really informing our students about the WeTip line. it's really wonderful to see a culture of students, and we are now in that. When we were all in high school, I don't know if that was the case, where students do want to see something, they're gonna say something, and that wasn't always how we grew up in the, I'm aging myself, it's okay, I'm a little older than this too, in the 80s. So that, it's really, really wonderful that our students do report, and they continue that, and so I wanna let you all know that we do have those communication lines open at both campuses.
And Narcan, is there anyone on campuses that can administer that besides first responders?
That, I'm gonna answer that
I
question.
actually looked into
Yeah.
that after the incident at Los Gatos.
Oh, that's right.
It's not legally allowable
Yeah.
for school staff.
Yeah, even a school nurse? Yeah, okay, thank you.
You hear that talk in the media that that's potentially coming, but not yet.
And I would thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that's all my questions.
Oh, no, don't be sorry.
Those are great questions, thank you.
So, Peter, you have your hand raised. Do you have questions? 'Cause I have a bunch too, so.
Yeah, it has to do with CERT. So one of the parents, certainly of elementary and middle school, Verily Isaacs, and maybe she has a freshman in high school, Los Gatos, has organized a get-together of police, fire, etc., for participation by students in a junior CERT program. And CERT is a national program by FEMA. It was originally started by Los Angeles Fire Department, of community emergency response teams. And so Verily is interested in seeing CERT teams of students on school campuses who are trained and organized to respond to emergencies in some way complementary to what's being done by the district and the schools. Anyway, if you are unaware of that, I'll make, so I tried to have her make contact with high school district. And so the first kickoff meeting of this is tomorrow, early evening or late afternoon at the Los Gatos Emergency Operations Center building.
Here, we do have staff attending that meeting.
So that's the coordination. So that's great. So the other comment, which I posted on chat, was that every time there's an exercise, I'm hoping a drill, any type of activity where students get evacuated or put through some drill activity, that there be an after action report, which summarize what took place, what worked, what didn't work, what needs improvement, and what the follow-up plans are. Thanks.
So Peter, at the end of our drills, we always meet back together with all the area captains and law enforcement and review everything that took place. And we do follow up like that. You're on mute. We can't hear you, Peter.
So that after the activity, certain organizations call those hot washes, and that's an immediate debrief of what happened. But following up to that is a written documentation called an after action report. So Carrie went through that earlier this year, and it's something that you might want to discuss with Carrie and her advisor, who's in the military, whether that's applicable to what you're doing in these in the safety plans. Thanks.
Guys?
Go ahead. I can wait because many of my questions already been asked, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no.
Okay, well, I mean, I just had a couple questions, comment. So first question was just around using Parent Square. So have we validated Parent Square's ability to reach all of the parents in our district and make sure that they, especially for text? And do we have a plan for if we are not able to reach some parents through Parent Square, that we still have ability to contact them? That's my question.
Yeah, that's a good. So Parent Square has the ability to push a communication. You don't have to be even registered to Parent Square for us to be able to send a message to that individual. It does bring up a good point though. We have plenty of parent communications that somehow don't get to parents. Mailbox full, I don't have my phone with me that day. I'm out of range for whatever reason, person is driving. So as far as the communication goes, as far as the templates that we're working on in our process, the idea is that at this point, it would be something that we would repeat. That we would have to push information on multiple times, basically, to try to ensure that it got to people.
And you can also do it to different levels of people. So, you know, first contact is parent, but you have the ability in that system to send it to all contacts. So for Teresa's son, she's listed herself, her husband, and maybe an aunt and uncle, maybe the next door neighbor. You can choose, are we just doing primary? Are we doing primary, secondary? Are we doing all contacts? Are we doing email, phone, text?
It's really good.
And I think the reality too is that you're relying on people to communicate with each other. You're relying on that depth of contacts, like Dr. Grove has said, to then help inform each other. Because, you know, we're in an emergency situation, we have to be very targeted with how we communicate and when we communicate. When the alarm goes off, we need to communicate out what is going on, what we believe is going on. Once we have identified the reason the alarm has gone off, we need to communicate that out. We need to communicate to our students where they need to be at what time, or, you know, et cetera. So
Parent Square is an upgrade. So when we send a communication out, it gives me a report. It tells me of the 269 parents, 267 received message.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we're able to analyze that.
Yeah, so you get immediate feedback on how it's
And
going.
you'll get a kickback if it's no longer a valid number or something, that'll be a report so that you can then contact that family and say, contact information you've given us is we accepted that. Okay.
So you, right now, for the system, we already have the contingency, for example, reach out to this parent to get the kickback, and we already have that in place for the secondary, you know, things like that, or we have to do it.
They use Parent Square more frequently than others. I don't know.
Ask your question again, Catherine. I
I
apologize.
think if I think we try to interpret it a little bit. I think what Mike was saying is that, so this is proactive. So proactively, we will know if things are getting kicked back, so we can contact that person upfront before we would need to send an emergency thing. And up front, we've talked to them and said, hey, your contact information is not working. Maybe there's an error or something else, and get one that is working, so that if we get to a point where you do need to contact the person, then you know you have a number that's working. So they've already tested out.
And that is the case. Los Gatos High School has had, like I mentioned, quite a bit of practice on this. We've sent a lot of Parent Square messages, luckily for a lot of what we would call non-emergencies. And we do get that immediate feedback. And then what my process has been is to then bring that to our registrar for her to help identify what are those missing pieces of information.
So my question is, when Mike said, you know, that when the first level of the communication somehow did not get to it, either whatever the reason, then we can reach out to the, you know, whoever. Who else
It's
exactly?
it's not that you send it to the first level and then it's, you make a decision
To
based
send it
upon
out.
the emergency. Is this
Oh, to
something that
send
we
it
just
out.
need to
Got it.
Send
notify the
everyone.
primary
Okay.
contact?
Or
Or is this
Got it.
primary.
all hands on deck?
Got it, okay,
Yeah,
that's good,
exactly.
so that will cut off the time to.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
So basically, I think you already have enough pass rounds, you know?
More than enough.
But
Yeah, and we've actually
You
already
learn through each one.
Yeah,
well, and that's what's been nice, and part of what our I'll find the silver lining there
Yeah.
is as you may have seen, that some of our messaging has gotten more and more concise. And that obviously in an emergency situation, I think is critical. We don't want to overlook people with a lot of text. We need to give people the critical information in as brief and concise format as possible, so they know exactly what to do and what we're doing.
And sometimes we're directed not to as well.
Correct, absolutely. We have to be very careful with what we share and when we share it.
Okay. So then my second question is, so, and I think you might have answered it by mentioning that there's a district level plan that goes above this, but I was kind of concerned that some of these things are not something that's gonna go away like in a few hours, like an earthquake, right? So I didn't hear whether there's planned like a longer term plan, like saying, what do we do if, we can't have kids come back to school for a week or a month, or as we found, a year and a half, right? So, or I guess it was a year, but, so do we have, are we working up plans at that level to kind of go longer term than once the initial incident has been done to deal with the longer term issues associated with that? Hopefully that doesn't mean a lot of trucks going to the morgue or anything like that, but
Yeah.
do we have plans that take us out beyond just the incident itself?
Yeah, for long-term,
Yeah,
we've done a lot of that work during COVID.
Right.
So we have like technology plan now on how to be able to roll devices out campus if they need it. We have Canvas now with all of our staff, remote learning. We've learned a lot. So the
Yeah.
plans that we put together last year are a lot of our fallback plans.
okay.
So
But we're keeping those and we're kind of keeping them up to date, so we have them in case we ever need them again, hopefully never, but.
hopefully that.
If we have a significant earthquake, kids are probably not coming back to school in the near term because there's going to have to be massive inspection at the facility that allows that kids. So I think part of that planning does need to be pivoted to how are we going to provide education in interim.
Right, exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah. So a lot of what we've done makes us really prepared
Okay.
for that scenario.
And then my third one, and I will do my best to say this as diplomatically and appropriately, and I'll start off by saying I really appreciate you guys putting so much attention on these issues, because as you've heard, if you listen to board meetings, the board is absolutely 100% committed to these issues. But personally, I feel this safety plan is not the place where we deal with mental health issues per se. I think
Right.
that we are a lot of activity working on that and a lot of effort in that area. And I feel like that, putting that emphasis into your safety plan here will distract from the importance of these safety plans and also maybe dilute the work that we're trying to do on the mental health one. I think the WE tip fits perfectly into that.
Sure.
But some of the other work that you're talking about, I feel like it's not the right place for it in terms of where we ought to be dealing with it. Not that we shouldn't be dealing with it and not that we shouldn't keep it as a top priority, because we are, but just that it feels like we're mashing together two different things.
So thank you, Mr. President, and I will respond to that because that has been a function of what we have, who've been in this game for quite some time, have seen the change in the need for site plans to be this all-encompassing place where we have everything listed for every type of situation, not just some of these high-flying moments we spoke of just this evening in terms of an earthquake or a school shooter. So school safety and looking at student mental health and wellness is a part, it does become a part of it. I absolutely hear what you're saying completely, but just know there is as these plans have gone from like Brian stated, those boilerplate languages, we've all used the falling aircraft. How many of us have had to deal with falling aircraft on our campuses in our collective 75 years? The three of us, probably at zero. But as the years have grown, right, as our needs have changed for our students, and as our communities have expected more of our school sites in terms of dealing with student supports around social emotional learning, we have to respond to it. And it's a way for us to actively and positively track our work and at least keep it in a spot. When a student is experiencing crises, they have to come back to school, but they have to be able to work under the assumption of a safety plan we actually create for that student. So I'm wondering, even like 15 years ago, if that's where the genesis of this came from, that because we do these individual quote safety plans for students to come back to campus, oh, we should include that. We include a lot in terms of those big 100 million page site plans that might not fit that typical, safety model of evacuations and things. But it is essential that it tracks the school's response to concerns. And
So that gets pretty broad, because then
yeah,
like,
absolutely.
you have a kid that doesn't come into school that day.
Yeah.
Is that a school site safety issue?
Like
I mean, how
fail
far
the
do you want to carry it? So that's that's one part. I mean, I don't want to get into a long discussion about it. I
That's
just wanted to
where
make it clear.
I hear
I think you may be
I hear
kind
you.
of stretching too far. The other one,
I can share with school site council and Alex
Okay.
can share with his school
Yeah.
site council. That's where that decision's made. So we can share what you
okay,
just said.
all right. And then the other part of that was, I mean, you're talking about curriculum reviews in here, and that again, that just to me doesn't belong in the school
Yeah.
site safety plan. That is not something that we don't need to be worried about, but that's, again, it's sort of off topic.
In terms of
For
the
what we're trying
advisory,
to
you're
accomplish.
referencing advisory.
Well, I thought it was, let me see, it was in your goal number 2.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you were talking about, we'll develop a specialized curriculum in the areas of equity and race, issues of tolerance and cultural consent. In my opinion, I think that's a super important thing, and if we do it through the SIPSA, we do it through the LCAP, the WASP, but it doesn't belong, in my opinion, in these types of safety plans. So that's something that's a much broader issue that covers
Thank you.
more than just
Yeah.
the safety of kids.
So, the safety plans change each year for the sites,
Right.
right? And there's something that the schools can evolve with. And each year, school site council picks them based on what's happening that year. So for example, last year was COVID, and it was a really severe mental health issue. And so our school site council picked that last year because of the situation. So where it's applicable last year with the kids, maybe it isn't the focus for 21-22 that school site council reviewed. But there was a nexus.
Like I said, I mean, I wanted to be really cautious about this because I don't want it to be disruptive or anything like that. I just say, because that is not a one-year project. So it's just, my input is, I think that there are other places that would be better.
So is that safety plan more like emergency nature versus like the social emotional
That's-
well-being and curriculum?
I think they've heard the feedback, and they will
Across the
have that
board.
conversation with the school site council.
Sorry about that.
And I want to focus us, if there's something critical, if you have some feedback or some questions that can be provided, via email or something like that, because we're past
Yeah.
4:30 now.
Okay,
Everyone has families and
Yeah.
probably some of them have supervision duties to do. And we still have public comment, another agenda item and another public comment.
so that was all I had.
Okay, so just a quick comment. I really like this plan, especially when
Yeah.
Brian, showed us how Saratoga, that's so much of the detail and organization into that. I think that's an incredible job. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we
on
really
that one.
appreciate the work. you
Yeah,
guys
yeah.
do
And I
on
think
this
it,
stuff.
I like that kind of very
Yeah.
detailed, very thoughtful, and really thinking into the detail, because it really, sometimes it's the kill us, it's in the detail we did not pay attention. So that really, it's a big plus on that one.
Yeah.
But I do wanted to give the feedback about the goal, number 1, 2, 3, for the general public, when we look at this, very clear, what is the goal number 1, where's the goal number 2? Maybe that's a way we can share with our school site councils, because, to have them to look at what is the best practices. Maybe they never thought about that. Maybe they were just thinking about too many of things to try to include it in this one. So
Another thing is with this this presentation, it kind of emphasized the Saratoga sites only, but Los Gatos actually has similar plan.
No, it's like I mentioned,
District-wide.
the earthquake one, we both did identical.
Right, so
And then-
maybe you mentioned that in the report, so people would not just say, oh,
He
how
was
come
just providing
Saratoga?
this as an example.
yeah, exactly.
It's just, yeah.
And they're gonna come back in February,
Yeah.
regular.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. This is a great.
Thank you
idea.
very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next up is public comment on the safety planning update. No public comment.
Go, go.
We're on to educator effectiveness grant. Do we have a chance to kind of,
Yeah.
did you guys have a chance to do this, or do
Yeah,
you want to present?
Yeah.
It's actually gonna be pretty simple.
Yeah.
The educator effectiveness grant, which State has done this a couple of times. They've called it the same thing as funding we received in 2018, I think, maybe 2016. This is different funding, but very similar in nature, with the addition of some SEL type, student wellness type also focus on it. So we have 5 years to spend this money. The total grant is $721,527. And the plus is, this is already work that we've defined as important to us. And so rather than add additional expenses on, we're able to take advantage of this funding to cover some expenses, like, for instance, teachers on special assignment.
That's the TOSA, right?
Right, the
Yeah,
TOSAs,
those
we've taken a portion of those, not all of them, but a portion of them, and charged that over the next 4 years. We plan to spend this grant in 4 rather than 5. There's a couple of reasons why I personally don't like to get into that last year and realize, oh my goodness, we still have grant money and spend it. So kind of plan on the 4 years rather than the 5, and then we can adjust. And then the other piece that we're charging there is a portion of wellness center staffing for both sites. And that's just taking our staffing and sort of taking a piece of that, charging that over 4 years. You can talk about that on the 14th when you see this for approval, a little bit more in depth as to what the goals are of the wellness center. I'm a numbers person, not a program person, so be kind to me on your questions. But I know enough about it to wing it. And of course, my colleagues trust me with it. So anyway, that's kind of the focus of the spending, because when we looked at this grant, we said, oh, this is already what we've defined as important work to us. And there are other focus areas. You obviously don't have to spend it in all of the areas. To spend it in 10 areas, 721,000 over 5 years would be just a drop in the bucket. So we focused on those 2 key areas.
Okay, so quick question, is this the grant, so
Go ahead.
is this the grant only for this year? Is that,
It is one-time funding that we have 5 years to spend. of
okay,
that.
is this related to the COVID? That's why we have this one-time grant?
It's not loosely tied to, it's part of the governor's budget. That details didn't come out until fairly recently. And then they said, oh, and you have to have a plan adopted by the end of December, and you got to take it twice.
Sure, and so that's it, so we won't get this kind of grant in
Correct.
next year or the year after.
Correct. It
So
is-
only when we receive it, if we apply with that, get this kind of grant, this is how we tell how we going to spend it.
Yeah, it wasn't a competitive grant that you applied for. It was part of the governor's budget funding awarded, much like what was awarded by the same name in either 2016 or 2018, I'm trying to remember. And we had like 3 years to spend that money. And it had the same name and had some of the same focus, but this has additional focus.
So it's more like a windfall just this year.
Yes.
Oh, for the next 4 years, because we're gonna spend it over 4 years.
Yeah, so we only want granted right now, and
Well,
we spend
You
it.
will receive the funding in this year. We're anticipated the actual dollars, whenever they shake out, the allocation is in this year,
Okay.
and we have 5 years to spend it. Now, I will also add that, part of that is how the state does its budget, and I don't want to spend 2 hours on how the state identifies Prop 98 funding. But that's part of the issue is when the governor has to put more money toward education, you see things like this.
Right,
And the previous governor gave us, discretionary, unrestricted dollars. This governor gives us pockets of money. Most of them have been focused on COVID. This one, I say it's loosely related to COVID in that it is addressing some of the wellness concerns of COVID.
Good.
But it's not, saying spend it on PPE and those things that we've seen in past one-time dollars.
so continue on that question is, so for right now, for the wellness one, right now we have budget for $90,000 for the next 4 years. So after that, then it will come from our general fund.
It will, yes, that piece. And again, it's not a whole person. There are 3 staff members that we're charging a piece of their total staffing cost.
Got it.
It's, that little piece will revert back. Now, that's the other plus of sort of dividing it up as I did, is the impact back to the general fund will not be as big of a hit in that future year, it'll be 100-something thousand as opposed to if I tried to charge it all in 1 or 2 years and moved all of the cost of those people. That's kind of my logic in how I deal with these type of things.
So the TOSA is not additional TOSA, it's just current TOSA has made out. Okay, great, thank you.
So I just have 2 comments. The first one is for the, okay, you have a planned activity for teachers on special assignments at each site and for a dollar amount of $350,012. I think that's under that receipt 480. So I have to say, when I first see that at each side, I thought the 350 was for one side, but actually it's for both sides.
It's a portion of, I want to keep stressing that, so it's not a whole person. It's a portion of the positions that already exist at each site.
Okay, but it's actually the total amount. It's not like each side got 350.
Correct.
So I don't know if it's my understanding, it's if we change it to at both sides, would that be?
I can do that, yeah, sure.
Less, okay, so the second question I have is, for this item.
I may just remove that piece altogether, actually.
Yeah, just say, assignment stop right there. And then looks like it's pretty much consistent, except for the 4th year, it's half of what you have budgeted. While if you go down to the number 4, it's very close. So if you know what I mean, like it's 90, 94, 99, and 86. While for the first item, you have 93, 98, 103, and then 54. So is there any
it kind
particular
of worked
reason?
out in balancing the total grant, no real.
No real reason.
Yeah, I'm keeping the focus more on the wellness, I think. There is more staffing there is more staff for the wellness center, so using a little bit more in that 3rd year for that. But it's kind of just that balancing year of getting the funds spent.
Okay. And then whatever is not used, it can be carried forward, right?
Yes, if we fall short in any one year, we can pay more out of the next year or use that 5th year.
Okay.
That's again why I kind of try to do it.
All right. Thank you.
All right, that's your first read. You will see it again on the 14th for approval.
Okay.
And that's 100% of the grant.
That is 100% of the grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right, so I guess we're done with that.
Equals 5.
No other questions? Okay. So we're on to public comment on the educator effectiveness grant. And I see no public comments, so we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Safety plan is really
You still have
good.
time now, Jane, or did we take all of that?
So anybody
Okay.
pick up your son?
Yeah, I actually, he's went over to get some food.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna pick him up from